funds and what are the support system that you have. But I also wanted to bring to your notice that the two most profitable unicorns that we have in India today have raised zero funding. They have been bootstrapped, they have plowed back their profits, and they're doing beautifully well today. We have Zoho on one end, Sridhar Vembu, and we have Zerodha on the other side, Nikhil and Nitin Kamath. A super example for all of you that funding is not the only thing that matters. In fact, the moment you start raising funds, you are answerable and accountable to all the investors to sort of, have a superseding growth and numbers and returns and everything. Anyways, coming to the long and short of it, your first point of information or access should be the Startup India website that will give you access to everything. So every mentor, every investor, every incubator, accelerator, ecosystem enabler, all the state policies, all the government policies. So let's say you were saying, I'm starting up today in Gujarat, maybe in the renewable space. So, what is it that the Gujarat government is offering from a state perspective? What is it that the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is offering for solar system? All that is very easily summarized for you on the website, so you don't have to start a fresh research. You have tools and templates in terms of setting up a company, HR templates, and all those policies, right? Okay, now, like I was saying, funding is the most often asked question to me every time I'm addressing that I don't have money to start up. How do I do? But I'm really passionate and I want to change the world and I want to do something. First, I think the first mode of operation should be one, what sector are you operating in? If it is a general IT thing, if it is a tech thing, there are ministries that are sector agnostic, right? So there is the Science and Technology Department that is seed support scheme called the Nidhi Prayas. There is Ministry of Electronics and Development that has the TIDE scheme. There is Startup India Seed scheme. I will talk more about it. There are certain specific areas like biotechnology, life sciences, healthcare, agri, and a lot of others that have specific seed grant provided by the respective ministry. So your first thing should be to identify what are the government grant that is available. And like the name specifies, a grant money is something that you can get on a milestone basis with no obligation to dilute your equity or to return, right? So the interest of the government is provide you that risk capital with the hope that you will be able to convert your idea into an MVP. The second thing is to look at in which state are you operating, because like I mentioned today, there are 31 states and union territories that have a dedicated policy that provides you can either get funds, you can either get marketing assistance, you can get a sustenance allowance that, there are states providing 20,000 per month if you're operating out of that ecosystem, that are providing subsidies on loans, that are providing you funds to represent your innovation or product at international platform, right? So again, look at the state that you're operating in and the incentives. You don't need to start afresh. All the state policies and schemes again are summarized very well on the Startup India website with the state nodal who you can approach to. The third thing you should do is look at the sector agnostic support available by the government of India. And these are three schemes that we are running. Let me take you more through them step by step. In the early stage, let me start with this, right? In the early stage, if you're just starting up and you need grant money or convertible debt, there are about 160 plus incubators through which you can avail this. So, as a government, you have to realize I'm not into the business of fund management, I'm into the business of making funds available for this ecosystem. So, at the early stage, incubators is the pipeline through which I'm channelizing funds. We have set up a 945 crore funds to support entrepreneurs with grant money of 20 lakh or convertible debt up to 50 lakh all across India. So you can even if your incubator is hasn't received that money so far, please apply. If you see other incubators in different region, virtual incubation is also there. And once you exhaust your money, you can also apply again, right? So at the early stage, look for seed money from different ministries, and Startup India Seed Fund Scheme is also open to help you all. Now, let's say you are in the growth phase of your journey. There is a thing called the Startup India Fund of Funds. As a government, I have set up a 10,000 crore fund of funds that invests in growth stage startups through venture capital funds. Now, if you look at the beauty of this fund, right, I will invest into the corpus of SIDBI. SIDBI is investing into VCs. Now, SIDBI invests only up to about 20% as per different slabs. Maximum, I would say, about 25 into the invest into the VC arm. So let's say I am a VC raising 100 crores and I get 20 crores from SIDBI. 2x of the SIDBI's contribution, which is the government's contribution, has to go into DPIT eligible startups. So which means 40 crores is readily available to be invested for startups. What is even more to realize is that with the confidence of the government giving this 20 crores, the 80 crores investment from other LPs is also coming. So what we've seen is that there is almost a catalyzing effect of 6.5x. So from the 8,000 crore commitments that I have made today, a corpus of 55,000 crore is readily available to be invested in startups. More than 800 startups have been funded so far, and I'm very happy to report that unicorns, which were some of the very recent unicorns, which were companies which were not even heard of back then, were invested by this fund. In this initial year. So we have seen the emergence of more than 15 to 20 unicorns from the funding provided by the government of India. Now, so we have covered about early stage funding, we have covered about late stage funding. Coming to the debt aspect of it, we have the credit guarantee scheme, where the government is enabling the banks or the member lending institutes or the venture debt to please safely invest in startups and we will back your debt. So the falter, in case the debt is not repaid, will be undertaken by the government. So there are a lot of member lending institutions which are now getting the comfort to provide a collateral-free loan to bank, and this is through the credit guarantee scheme for startups that has been recently started in April 2023. Now, let's say you are starting up, you say you are looking for investors. We've digitized the matchmaking process. Again, Piyush Goyal sir very recently in March 23 announced the launch of the Investor Connect portal housed on Startup India, built with SIDBI, where we have got investors on one side, startups on the other. You have to be a DPIT recognized startup to do this matchmaking. So the investors have given their thesis that this is the sector I'm interested in, this is my ticket size, this is the stage I'm looking at. On the other side, the startup has given their details and AI-based matchmaking happens. What we have also done is that we've asked the investors to put in their investment request directly. So if I'm very actively looking at certain investment sizes, I've done a call for application that this is what where I'm actively looking at. So I would strongly recommend all of you for your Investor Connect request. You don't need to go anywhere else and just check out this platform called Investor Connect. Everything will be very easily accessible to you through the Startup India website. Go to the funding tab and you will figure this out. Okay. There are a lot of cash grants that you keep getting if you participate in different programs. While the amount may seem small to you initially, but what happens is that the kind of mentorship and access you open up is amazing. So, no matter how busy you are in building your business, do keep looking out for cash grants that are available through various programs done. A common feedback that we've got from the investors is that while the startups are very bright and the ideas are novel, their storytelling skills can be bettered, right? And in terms of that elevator pitch being perfect, in terms of your 5 minutes, 10 minutes being utilized very well the moment you get the opportunity to interact with the investor. So we're doing a lot of fundraising masterclass. In fact, we're running a series with the Indian Angel Network as we speak. Every week there is a prominent speaker like a Rajan or another Chaudhary from who founded HCL, or a Raman Roy who's called the software giant of India. So some eminent speakers talking to you about what is it that you should do to better your pitch, what is it that the investors are looking, what are the do's and don'ts, and when you hear it from them, it definitely makes a difference. I would encourage you all to be part of these sessions as well, as and when you get these opportunities. Now, coming to the second part, after funding, what the next need is, I won't say it's after funding, but a parallel thing that happens is looking for the right set of customers, looking for the right market. Now, when we look at the domestic market, right, and if government is your client, we've enabled startups to sell to the government directly through the government e-marketplace. The government e-market turnover, right? So these fields you are exempted from. So far, we have had about 18,000 startups serving more than 2 lakh orders worth 13,000 crores through this platform alone. And there are other public procurement platforms which also provide similar access. A solution for for drones that were going rogue, and they wanted some solutions that they could track, if a drone is entering into a territory without a permission. When we worked with the CRPF soldiers, they wanted an instant blood clot solution for the soldiers on field, or they wanted a very specific kind of anti-spike shoes that were not existing in the market. And we throw up these problem statements to the entrepreneurs. We help co-develop these solutions for them, which ultimately find a very fruitful use in this ecosystem. So even if you don't have an idea, these are some of the problem statements I would urge all of you bright minds to be a part of and serve the country. The third way to look at the customers is by being into the pipeline of corporate clients, serving to them or serving to the clients they serve, right? So, for example, Qualcomm will work on a program with us every year, finding the best of the hard tech, deep tech solutions, or sometimes solutions on the semiconductor space. They will open up their labs for you to use on a completely pro bono basis. They will provide the best of the mentorship to you. So if you are in the field in which any of these corporates are already there, they are more on a lookout to be in touch with you than you can get in touch with them. So again, this happens on a programmatic basis through programs that we run on the Startup India website. But more than 250 plus partners we have worked in the past, helping startups with mentorship, cash grants, pilot orders to work with these companies. And right from the United Nations or the World Bank to public sector undertakings like BPCL, or to multinational corporations and giants like Google, Qualcomm, banking, MG Motors, and everything, right? You name it, and we would have worked with that player. When it comes to global market, right? My experience has been the Indian innovation have a very sweet spot when it comes to representing at global platform. They are frugal innovations. They are at a price point which is amazing, and they are catering to a bigger market. So it is always amazing to receive that feedback, and we are opening up more such avenues. These are some of the 17 countries we have a very active relationship with on the first column, if you see, which means we have a soft landing platform with them. If today you are looking as an entrepreneur to enter into Japan or to cater to the Japanese market, my counterpart there, Jetro, and the Embassy of India in Tokyo will help you navigate that market, tell you what are the rules and regulations that you need to take care of, tell you about the network that you can access and the people you can connect with to make your journey easy. So similarly, we have one counterpart like ours, Startup India, on the other side to help you explore these global markets. We also often take startups on a partly sponsored trip by the government to showcase the best of the Indian innovations at different platforms. We took about 100 plus startups to the Dubai Expo. We have Viva Tech Paris coming up. We do the largest startup festival, Slush, in Helsinki every year, and so on and so forth. The thing that has emerged out of all of this and the efforts of over the 7 years is that India is being now seen as a country that can help take the leadership on startups and innovation across various global platforms. And I'm very happy to share that, this year with the presidency of G20, the only engagement group that got through and that formalized, that was a new group that was proposed and was agreed upon, was Startup 20. What it means, my friends, is that startups today are getting the recognition they need, are becoming a household conversation, and are also a conversation at global platforms with G20 nations, which means this year, hopefully, when the final communique at the Leaders Summit comes up, we will be talking about startups at the global platform as well, and with India taking the lead here. Similarly, with ASEAN, BRICS, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and WIPA, we have put together a startup engagement that is well received. Excuse me. Like I was mentioning, the international platforms, Dubai Expo, more than 100 startups. At the Cannes Festival also, we took startups from the media and entertainment side. The World Economic Forum, Davos, we take startups, Lush, the World Investment Council in Geneva, and so on and so forth. Talking about the last, which becomes very easy if you have the right mentors. You may not have the right mentors only around you, and this could come from the investment field, this could come from the business field, this could come from the academic field. We've digitized this experience by onboarding mentors and people like Rajan from Sequoia, Sanjeev Pichindani, Manoj Kohli from SoftBank, to the MD and head of a lot of corporate organization. This is just a sample snapshot. There are a lot of people who have said, I want to help startups, and they have registered pro bono on this platform. All you need to do is go on this platform, put in your mentorship needs. Do you need a team help? Do you need a term sheet help? Do you need a help with a marketing area, or do you need a deep tech help, right? You will find the right mentor as per the area you suggest, and you can connect with those mentors on the platform, offline, however you want. There is something called the National Startup Awards we do every year. This was more to celebrate this ecosystem first, but the journey evolved to say that we are recognizing and rewarding the brightest talent. Can we nurture them a little more? Can we curate a dedicated program for them? So, with the pool of National Startup Awardees, we started giving them dedicated investor connects, dedicated shadow or unicorn connect. We took them to different platforms internationally. We helped them with the storytelling and pitching. We ran a dedicated show on Doordarshan for them, and we provide them the right government connects. What emerged out of this was we saw a considerable increase in their customer validation, in their revenues, and few of the unicorns also emerged from this pool. I would strongly request and urge all of you to apply for the National Startup Awards. One, for the brand it takes. Second, for the handholding support that follows after this. Some of the successful case studies from the NSA. I'm sure you must have heard about the space tech startups doing very well in the private, being from coming from the private side and serving the world. Skyroot was one of the space tech winners from the National Startup Awardee pool that was interviewed and selected by the Secretary ISRO himself among a panel of other esteemed members, and got further support to emerge and launch its own satellite vehicles. Tinkerbell was on Shark Tank as well, catering and serving to the government through their braille literacy device called Annie, and currently working with a lot of education institutes and state governments. If you are a women entrepreneur, I would want you to let you know that one, we are there to support you as well. All the incentives apply to you because you're an entrepreneur at the end, irrespective of the gender, but we focus a little more to provide you more handholding to ensure a fair and equitable representation in the programs we do. And we walk the talk, right? My team has about 65% women alone, and it is by sheer merit. The best of the talent I'm getting from my team is from women, and we're though looking to now be more inclusive and diversify, but short of talent at the other side, and the women always stand out with their hard work. We've also started showcasing the journey of women entrepreneurs through the first podcast that we've done, which is called Super 3. It's there on Spotify, YouTube, and all the channels, so go listen to the podcast as well. Our focus is to enable you to do your business and let the regulations be on us. Self certify wherever possible, create a carve out for startups and enable ease of doing business. So that's a dedicated vertical that keeps looking at making your lives easier. We have a dedicated program for Northeast, and after all the efforts over a month, we saw a considerable increase. So from where only 70 startups were coming up, we saw about a 140 increase in only a quarter. So we do felt that it was very important to assess the impact of all what you're doing, and this was one fulfilling program that we did and would continue to support this initiative. Unlike earlier, right, the government today is very open to receiving feedback, hearing your thoughts, and working with the private ecosystem. And our minister, the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Food and Public Distribution and Textile, Shri Piyush Goyal, takes out time every quarter. He chairs the National Startup Advisory Council that has members from the government as well as non-official members. So right from investors to incubators to corporate heads, associations, all the best interests of the startups are represented. We discuss what is the gap that is there. We discuss what needs to be done. We discuss on issues that needs to be catered for this ecosystem, and then they are taken forward in a very programmatic way through the support. So the Mark platform I talked about was on with Manoj Kohli sir as part of the advisory council meeting, the Investor Connect with Rajan and Sidbi, and so on and so forth. These are some of the annual programs which we keep doing. Investor Connect, Celebration, and all become a part of it. I think I just wanted to leave this last slide with you. I truly believe that the future of India is with entrepreneurship and startups. They will be the next job creators, they will be the next wealth disruptors, and they will be the one working across the board, right? Today, a Tata is not working on its own grocery chain or its own pharma chain, but working with a big basket or a 1MG. Likewise, for a lot of other companies, right? And I believe that this potential lies with all of you. Do consider entrepreneurship as an option. We are there with you. The journey is much better than it was a decade ago, and we are happy to continue improving on this journey for all of you and with you. With that, I end this presentation. I want to leave all of you with the thought that entrepreneurship is not an easy journey. It will be hard, but if you survive the first 1,000 day, if you are at it, if you have perseverance, things will fall into the best of the course for you. I will be happy to take any questions. Feel free to write to me, connect with me on LinkedIn. I can drop my email ID with the organizers and would be happy to hear from you, resolve, and help in any way possible. All the best in your entrepreneurial venture and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you for such an insightful talk, ma'am. I'm sure the assurance of support from the government will fuel inspiration in the young entrepreneurs watching in the audience.
We'll now be breaking into a short networking break after the session. Participants can use the launch for networking. We'll be back shortly with our Silicon Floor, a panel discussion covering the agri-tech revolution in India. See you in the launch, guys.
quality of startups is great. What they're solving is obviously pretty early in the market. The market itself is maturing a lot.
I'm particularly impressed about the quality of the startups, not only the quality, but the diversified sectors which they have come from.
I think honestly I haven't seen something of this kind ever being organized here in Bangalore.
And the winner for Conquest 22 Pan India track is Green Tiger Mobility.
And I must say that amongst the various events that I've seen, this one's take the cherry on the top. I mean, the best part about the Conquest, I think, is, while there is a spirit of competitiveness in the people, but what you have done is ensure that there is a huge inclusiveness from the organizers, from the partners, from the cohort itself. So very well done.
Very often we are all as founders enamored and completely blindsided by our idea क्योंकि हमें लगता है कि हमारा crack idea है, हमने सोचा है, we're going to kill it, we're going to make big of it. But the truth is that the market size and opportunity determines a large part of the success of the startup eventually. In a good market, even a bad team or a mediocre product can win. But in a small market, irrespective of how awesome your product is or how kick-ass your team is, you will struggle. A good accelerator or an incubator or a growth plan or a platform can really change the game for you. Every single founder that has been to YC that I know of and I've spoken to, they're like, boss, game change ho jati hai. Game, मतलब दिमाग खुल जाता है. But it comes with a price, and it comes with a price of investing. And I wish there were accelerators and incubators that did not impose that investing, because the truth is the minute you take money from an investor, you're implicitly promising them a return. But the choice of what kind of company do you want to make is a very important one for a founder. Do you want to make a extremely high funded, fast growing, really big startup and own minuscule of it? Or would you much rather own a really large chunk of perhaps a small, but a nicely growing, profitable business? Look for people who get the job done and do it well. That's all that is required. Don't hire talent keeping 2 years, 3 years in mind. You don't even know whether you'll be there during that time. Be super short-term focused in what needs to be done right now, not in terms of people. So you're not using and throwing people. You are very long-term on people, but you are very short-term on what they can do for you.
Of our time. Thank
So
you so
be
much, Nitin, for joining.
super specific on what kind of people are you looking for. Don't look at their skills from a long-term perspective. Look at their skills from a short-term perspective. Get the most out of them. Give them the most exposure and responsibility that you can. But if they don't scale, then totally accept that truth and move on. Here's the role. The role is of a founder. The role is of a CEO. The role is of a CPO or CTO. The role is of whatever else that you're playing. What are the non-negotiable essentials that are required for this role to be deemed successful? And you have no choice but to be good at it. The truth is that if you get a deal or a discount on something that you don't expect, you will love it. But if you get deals and discounts from brands that you already expect to get it from, then the value in your mind is instantly zero. And that's just the truth.
I remember there's also one more very interesting thing about pricing that you told me, that especially in the early stages of a SaaS company or people who are selling products, if you want to get some data by distributing that product for free, never say that it's available for free. Say that it's available for 0 rupees and show them the original value, so that there's some precedent said that this is the value that we are giving you for.
Customers to do interviews in a crowded markets. Crowded markets are great, yeah, which means there are a lot more people having that problem. So all you need to do is measure 7 users in a representative sample. Let's say I'll use Zappos. Zappos was one company I did user research for. Zappos is a shoe shopping website in the US. When I looked at their, even take any competitor of theirs, who's selling shoes online or even shoes offline. I looked at, when you see that, I saw that 70% of people who did shoe shopping were women. only 30% were men. So I went and talked to 10 users, 7 of them women and 3 of them men. In that 7 women, it's skewed a little younger. People who are, outgoing, extroverted, they tend to shop more. So of the 7 users, 4 people were more extroverted and younger, 3 people were more introverted or older. So this is how I went and talked and used instead of, and this is the one biggest mistake that I made in my early days. I went and asked them about the product and the solution first. Hey, do you like this product? Will you use this product? If so, how will you use this product? If you use this product, will you recommend this to your friends? Ask them about, hey, it's great that you're coming to shopping today. Hey, what did you do in the past? How did you go about shopping in the past? What did you like or dislike about it? How are you doing it today? In the future, what would you like to see improve?
Focus, ideate, innovate, enable. Focus, ideate, innovate, enable. Westbridge Capital presents Conquest Demo Day 2022.
Conquest, an initiative by the Center of Entrepreneurial Leadership, BITS Pilani, is India's first student-run startup accelerator, which provides mentorship to India's best startups. Conquest Demo Day 2022, conducted in Bangalore, brought forth innovative ideas and solutions by startups and enabled them to network with India Inc.'s biggest luminaries.
BITS Pilani has been on a forefront in the entrepreneurship segment, and I'm very happy to say that the Center for Entrepreneurship Leadership, which is actually leading this Conquest event, which is a student-driven event, and the BITS Pilani has been always providing the platform to get into the new subject area like new venture creations through which the students are getting benefited, and creates an ecosystem where they are able to have their own ideas and innovations, which can become an integral part of the future startups.
Conquest is is an example of one of those programs that is so sorely needed within the ecosystem. I think what we do as accelerators, usually we interact a whole lot as an ecosystem, and including WeWork Labs, we interact with your founders who have sort of raised seed money up to your Series A's and your Series B's, the corporates, everyone else involved. But the student community is someone I think as an ecosystem, all accelerators want to engage more with. And I think BITS Pilani and Conquest have been doing this incredibly well for a few years. This is the first time we partnered in such a deep way with them. This kind of a conduit to the startup ecosystem from the talent community, most of which come from the student community, is so critical to actually help this ecosystem grow as a whole.
IDFC First Bank is committed to supporting the startup ecosystem, and working with the BITS Pilani Conquest enables us to support the entrepreneurs in their journey.
Conquest Demo Day not only saw path-breaking ideas, but it was also a platform for industry stalwarts to share their wealth of knowledge. Esteemed panelists put the spotlight on how budding entrepreneurs can groom and sharpen their skills to cater to the ever-changing demands of the market.
There's a new word that's entered the lexicon of not just media, but I think the world at large, which is the new normal. I think the new normal was for the startup ecosystem last year, $38.5 billion in deal value coming into the system. high profile exits also happen through listings. And therein comes another new normal in 2022, which is a reality check. I'm really looking forward to this. So we'll start the conversation, we'll dive straight in with the founder's side. Rahul, has the ecosystem changed? And are you feeling the new normal, which is a 22 new normal, or the 2021 was the real new normal?
I think that reality hasn't changed. What remained real previously was that you need to add value. Whether it be your customer, your supplier, you had to add value and you had to make sure that they value it as well. And that remains true today as well. It hasn't changed. If you are starting something up, you need to be out there understanding the customer. You need to be out there understanding the partners who are the ones who are helping you grow the ecosystem. And as long as you're doing it, there would be people who would come to you and fund you.
Raghu, what about you? I mean, you're a serial entrepreneur almost, and you've had various iterations.
See, I think the only reality is the cycle. There are ups and downs. That's the only reality, right? And 21 could have been probably an up, right? And I've seen 2 or 3 such kind of cycles. So because of which I understand the euphoria that was associated with 2021 and what has really happened, right? And it's not that 2022 is bad, all right? Probably during the upcycle, there are 100 VCs chasing 50 companies, right? But in a down cycle, what I witnessed is 30 VCs are going to chase 10 good companies. The question for most of the founders is, are you a part of that 10? So I don't think so there is a complete standstill that really happens.
That's interesting. It's time to turn left. And the optimism that our two founders here have, which is very inspiring and very positive. But Shama, what's the reality check? What are you seeing as far as the marketplace is concerned?
I think this is the right time for our economy to go through some changes. What is the new normal? I don't know. I think in a startup world, I don't know if anybody sitting here would want to have a very static new normal, because that's the fun of being in this industry. I think any idea, even today, if it disrupts the status quo, is going to get good funding. I think the investors should be cautious if they are not. The businesses are only run with one perspective, run for profit.
Rachit, can you sort of decode what happened post-pandemic, and where are we right now in that entire journey, if we may sort of sum that up?
Maybe if we rewind to kind of end of 2019, there was, I think we were on a positive uptrend in terms of like where startups were going, the amount of funding that was in the ecosystem, things were progressing smoothly. Obviously, March 2020, things came to a grinding halt. There was almost most VCs kind of paused and said, let's see what happens. And everything just went to kind of a wait and watch mode to see what happens. There was a lockdown. And then suddenly, as things opened up again, there was a huge kind of, it went from one side to the other in terms of digital transactions, consumers coming online, because there were no options in many ways. And so everybody thought that's the way that it's going to be forever. And it went from wait and watch and no funding happening or nothing happening in the startup ecosystem to the other extreme, which was that everything is going to be even better than it was before because everyone's coming online in larger and larger numbers.
Kshitij, legend has it that you started Pixel while still in college, right? And the idea incubated in the BITS campus. Why don't you tell us that, considering space tech can become a technical sort of a field, right? How do you go from a group of individuals who are fascinated and curious about an idea to a group of founders who take that idea to a startup, right? I would love to know about that from you.
As we went through multiple conversations, we made a lot of mistakes in the beginning. We talked to VCs right out of the idea, and we realized that we need to double down on the business case of the solution. Okay, fine, we have a unique payload we're trying to build for space. Who is the market for this? So talking to the right kind of people, understanding that there is a customer for something, because people cannot sponsor something like this. You have to build a business case, you have to understand the market. And I think that was the shift that we went through our third year, fourth year in college. But it's been interesting. I think a lot of it is also about storytelling. So once you're able to link your final destination, your vision, to a story, when there is a business case to it, when there is a lot of pride as well in terms of building for space, you're able to attract the right kind of people as well. So finding the right kind of team members, investors, just came as the story went ahead.
I think moving to Sumit, right? I would love to know from you, Sumit, that when it comes to fintech, right? We've seen that it is a fluctuating market impacted by external forces. I don't want to go into the regulation side of things, but as budding founders in the audience, the question that how do you deal with external forces in a market which seems relatively large? How do you do that as a founder? Would love to know that from you.
Honestly, when I came to fintech, within the first 1 year, I realized there are way too many external forces. Everything from regulation to multiple other changing dynamics. And one thing I began to realize that ambiguity had to become your best friend. And in fact, the first thing I tell to every new joinee right now is that, if you can't handle ambiguity, like don't join Fi or, previously Google Pay in that sense. And the way you solve that from a founder lens or an entrepreneur lens is understanding both where the market trends are going, what's going to happen, what's the probability, but in many times keeping a plan B and plan C ready. Right? If you're especially dealing with regulations or other things, ensuring that that, you might have the best and most optimal solution, which is, working today, but you also, if you think there's a chance that this might get turned off because of A or B or C reasons, how do you ensure you have a plan B ready that you can switch to within a couple of weeks?
Going to Srikanth, right? And I think what you're doing in a space which is very, very evolving, right? Like when we talk about Web3 crypto, it is in and of itself a very nascent space. I would love to know what your insight into, the crypto space is when it comes to category creating companies.
2017 is when I think a lot of people kind of came to know about crypto and blockchain, at least in countries like India. And what had happened was a lot of developers started building in, and there was also the time when we wanted to do something. But then that was a time which is kind of rigged with a lot of companies and founders who were just trying to, one is the struggle that they faced in terms of, not able to understand what this new technology is, the lack of documentation back then. But more importantly, because the market was booming and there's around, a lot of people just jumped in maybe for wrong reasons. And we thought it's probably not the right time for us to jump in at that point in time.
CoinSwitch Kuber's co-founder and CEO, Mr. Ashish Singhal, elucidated India's key to success in the 21st century. He also praised India's youth and their growing interest towards startups and making them great entrepreneurs.
Crypto is around the world, so I travel across countries, and where people ask me, what is India's right to succeed in the 21st century, right? And the answer is right here. It's talent, right? India's youth today is not looking it's not a bad thing that they're not looking to work in an MNC, but to create multinational companies of their own and create that impact, right? And that is our power. And that is why I personally believe that India would dominate the 21st century. Our idea of being the services nation has moved on to product nation, and now we are the leaders in entrepreneurship as well.
Westbridge Capital presents Conquest Demo Day 2022. Westbridge Capital presents Conquest Demo Day 2022.
Conquest Demo Day 2022 was an amalgamation of all things innovative and inspiring. The 7-week rigorous journey of selecting the best startups had finally come to an end. Right from the inception phase to the demo day itself, startups went through multiple rounds of mentoring and accelerator programs. They were divided into 3 slots. The first slot featured 6 startups from the Pan India track. Second slot featured 3 startups from Pan India track and 2 startups in the Bitsian track. Finally, we saw 4 startups in the Web3 track. Let's take a quick look at some of the pitches.
Our telematics also include features such as anti-theft with an option given to the rider to lock the vehicle remotely in both modes. Fall alert allows help to rush to the rider in case of any exigencies. Most important, we offer rider real-time health diagnosis of the vehicle to tide over technology risk while ensuring auditable trail of cost and carbon saved.
The result of this demand-supply gap is that services are becoming inaccessible and unaffordable for most parents and their children. Now, what are the current options they have? There are some national institutes in India, but of course there are only about 10 to 20 of those in the entire country. They focus mainly on assessments but don't have the bandwidth for interventions, right? The second option is child development centers, which are your neighborhood clinics and where all of these different kinds of therapists would be available. But it's a very inconvenient thing. They're only in the cities. Even in the cities, you can't find these clinics within 5-kilometer radius. So it's a very inconvenient and expensive sort of option for the parents. And last, of course, is individual therapists, but it's a very unorganized, and discovery is a problem itself in that, right? So the current system leaves parents in a very bad shape.
India is our test market. Our primary market is US, where initial 2 years we are targeting Indian diaspora, which is about 944K well-to-do households. And then third year onwards, we can target the complete US market, which is about 43 million well-to-do households. In fact, we already have the hardware in place, and with the recipe creation app, we can create 2 to 3 recipes, and then that's where our journey from Indian diaspora to US consumers become very smooth.
Our solution is essentially a smart contract. This smart contract developer can use using our SDK and APIs, and they can create their own use case. They can choose user role assignment function. They can expire time by time, and as well as use base, and they can create their use case. It can be lend, rent, token access.
Because अब teacher को भी कम time spend करना है. So we are solving a massive inefficiency in one of the world's largest industries, and time reduction and cost reduction is a byproduct of that. So we took this product, we priced it at a very, very affordable price. So at 999 rupees per month, 999 rupees, a student gets lifetime access to concept videos and practice tests. And at 2,500 bucks per month, they get live teaching, where the teacher handholds them through projects and gives them certificates for all the skills that they're learning.
The guest of honor, Mr. Aswath Venkatraman, operating principal, Westbridge Capital, shared his thoughts about Conquest Demo Day 2022 and the kind of talent he witnessed this year.
The scale of this program or this competition just boggles my mind, because I think we had about 3,000 registrations, out of which we got 300 people selected for the final rounds, and now we have the 15 finalists which are here. So I think it just amazes me that we have so much startup talent present in this country, and hopefully changing the way Indian business evolves over the next few years. I believe in this room, after having seen some of the pitches, we have seeds of what are likely to become extremely large and successful businesses. And also a bunch of founders who maybe we look back and say that, hey, these are the visionary founders 20 years down the line who maybe made that first steps or first journey over here. I mean, just look back maybe at 2010s, we were minting maybe as a country, we had maybe one unicorn emerging every year. And in 2021, we had 44 unicorns emerge in India. That's like one unicorn per week. So we have gone from being a country of one unicorn per year in 2010 to one unicorn per week in 2021. It's almost like how the Moore's law in electronics works. I think there is some kind of a Moore's law in startup ecosystem as well. I think this trend is likely to increase. We are likely to see more and more unicorns emerge over the next few years. And that's because the width of people who are entering this space is super interesting. Circling back to the initial thought, which was about saying that like people of my generation and just 20 years back, as I said, we're looking at corporate jobs. But today, I think students, let's say a student-run competition like this, it gets wonderful presence. We have a bunch of people who are looking to start up, are willing to start up. The ecosystem around them is present to support them, as well as the fact that even the society accepts them as truly value creators. And today, the best minds of India are not thinking about going to the US or working for a cushy corporate job, but thinking about solving real problems which Indians face. And I think that gives us a great deal of excitement to be in this space.
Startups put forth their best foot and presented exciting pitches in front of a jury and audience. and the winners were awarded with exciting cash prizes. Let's see who the final winners are.
Stream Money wins the Web3 track. Congratulations.
To announce the winner for the Bitsin track, I'd now like to call upon Professor Suman Kundu, who is the director of BITS Pilani KK Birla Goa campus.
And the winner is Dipaung.
I'd now like to call upon our guest of honor, Mr. Ashwath Venkatraman, for the announcements of the runners-up and the winners for the Pan-India track of Conquest 2022.
So the runner-up for Conquest 22 for Pan India track is Daffodil Health. And the winner for Conquest 22 Pan India track is Green Tiger Mobility.
The first thought that come to our mind that this is one step closer towards our dream of green and affordable mobility for everyone. That's the game that we are actually trying to work with in the market. And this win at Conquest brings us one step closer to it. The kind of connects, the kind of networking which has happened here is amazing. It's phenomenal. So it's not only about, Green Tiger winning, it's about the entire cohort of Conquest 22 winning. So thank you.
We were not expecting any of this to happen actually, because the last few days were a complete roller coaster. We did not have a room to live in. Our office was screwed up. We were almost sleeping in the office for like around 24 to 48 hours, I believe.
Yeah.
So it was a complete roller coaster, and things were going downhill. So we thought this would go downhill as well, but look where we are.
Yeah, so I would say that insights from the people who have been working with us has been quite meaningful to us. We have enhanced our pitch, our deck, our product as well along the way. And now if I look back, it seems that we were quite naive when we started this, and we have developed a lot on top of the feedbacks that we've receiving. So it has been amazing for us.
This is a result of the pitch as well.
Conquest Demo Day 2022 was a huge success with all its sponsors from Westbridge Capital, IDFC First Bank, Ernst & Young, Soul Razor, Concise Labs, WeWork Labs, and Aditya Birla Ventures playing a huge role in making ideas meet resources and dreams becoming a reality. Let's hear it from the stakeholders and mentors on their thoughts about Conquest Demo Day 2022.
I think this is amazing to have an event like this, especially hosted by one of the premier academia in the country. I think India as an economy is going through a very different stage right now, wherein we are seeing coming up of new startups. That's the right way, wherein we promote innovation in the country at large for the right set of growth potential that India possesses for future, for the world overall. So it has been a great event. I've been here the whole day. It has been a great event. The good ideas coming through many thousands of total startups, out of which about 15 of those startups coming in for the final round. I think it has been wonderful.
I think, again, the quality of the builders has been just amazing, incredible to watch them pitch. I know what I was doing when I was in my second year, and this is amazing, right? So, and especially on Web3, I think the quality of teams and the projects, there are a couple of projects which are really solving some very interesting use cases. So I think the team behind them, while they were pitching, there was very clear strategy in terms of how they were going to acquire customers. It is already a product that has been developed. It's on DevNet, and I think they're doing some pilots with real customers. So finding that in Web3 is hard. You can trust me on this because it's very, very new. It's not very easy to find customers on Web3. So yeah, I think that sealed the deal for me.
Westbridge Capital presents Conquest Demo Day 2022. Focus, ideate, innovate, enable.
entrepreneurs make or break businesses. Business models come and go. You need to pivot. Markets change on you, especially the technology market that we invest in are always changing.
Right.
And entrepreneurs need to be able to adopt.
Free trade agreement talks between India and the United Kingdom, which are set to resume next month. Reports say the nations are still struggling to make progress due to differences on some key tariff and investment protection rules. The governments are not able to find a middle ground on duties levied by India on car and liquor imports, and besides tariffs, the UK government is also pushing India to agree on a strong investment protection treaty. To take this forward, we are now joined by Manoj Ladwa, founder and CEO India Inc. Group, also the founder of India Global Forum. Manoj Ladwa, thank you so much for being with us here on CNBC TV 18. What's your current view on India-UK relations? There's likely to be a meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Rishi Sunak at the G7 in Hiroshima. What do you think the two leaders would like to convey to each other and the current state of play between the two nations?
Thank you, Parikshit. It's good to be on your show. I think that the relationship hasn't been stronger than it is now. There are a myriad of areas of cooperation, both on the economic and on the strategic aspects as well of the relationship. Recently, the two countries have signed an agreement on science and technology. And so it's a busy, active, deep and historic relationship that is growing day by day. And so I think that the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Sunak is going to be a continuation of the conversations they've been having over the last few months. This will be the third time that they formally speak. And
for example, I raised money from Excel in 2016, and so all the money that they invest in my company, even in the future, all of that comes from the 2016 fund. So even though they have raised another fund in 2018 and they'll probably raise another one next year, they'll keep doing it. The money that my company will get will only come from that 2016 fund. It won't come from the future funds. This is the way VCs operate. So generally, a good time to raise money from them is when they have just raised the fund. That year is generally a good time for you guys to raise money from them, because that's when they're placing a lot of early seed stage bets. A fund which raised money in 2010, by the time it's in 2016, is not doing any seed stage investments. Now, why does this matter? This matters because now when you look at a seed stage investor, let's say like a Bloom, or there are so many of them today, like Prime Ventures, Pi Ventures, all of that. It makes sense for you to find out how old their fund is. If their fund is really old, that means it will be really difficult for you to convince a seed investment out of them. So often what happens is when we are trying to pitch, we feel like we have to explain quite a bit before our product makes sense to people. But the problem that we find is that with most people,
they already know that you're pitching, so get it to the point really fast, and then you start explaining things. And then people are kind of with you. You should make your pitch so direct and so simple to remember that people should be able to spread the word to you. Now, you don't have to ensure that in that 30-second pitch, you need to say absolutely every single thing that you're doing. That's not your goal. Your goal here is to be memorable and to communicate the most important fact about your startup.
A VC is looking to make lots of investments because he needs to give a return within 10 years. And what this also means is that a VC doesn't care about getting a return within 2 years or 3 years. He cares about a big return at the end of 7 to 10 years. That's when they start extracting money. So which is why a lot of people wonder, I have a really profitable business, but why is a VC not investing in me? I can make profits today and I don't need that much money. Right? This is a common phrase that I have heard a lot of people say about. The way to calculate is simply assume 30% IRR. So a VC essentially needs to show that money invested in the fund gave a 30% return on investment every year, compounded for a period of 10 years. So using that, that's where you realize that VCs need to make like 3 to 5x. So 30% internal rate of return is how VCs measure an investment. So when they're looking at you as an investment, they are basically thinking about कि boss ये मेरे को 30% IRR देगा या नहीं देगा. Now how do they look at 30% IRR? One is they'll assume that GDP growth से आ रहा है 7.5% per year growth. So 30% से 7.5% तो automatically आएगा. So now I need the startup to help me make 22.5% growth every year. Then they will look at, hey, GDP is growing at 7.5%, but this market seems to be growing at 15%. So a market which is growing at 15%, even if your business naturally grows at just 15%, so another 15% is done, right? So now generally you would subtract 7.5% here, but assume it's growing 15% higher than the GDP, right? 15% higher than other businesses. So now the VC knows that 22.5% growth is already coming just from macroeconomics. Now I need the startup to basically not fuck it up, give me that 7.5% return. Which is why VCs love investing in trends and in themes. Because what they know is why the e-commerce trend was so hot was that they knew that all these companies collectively, they are spending money on customer education because of the fact that $1 billion was invested in Flipkart, an entire network of companies benefited. Right? Flipkart benefited, payment companies benefited, lending companies to suppliers benefited, packaging companies which were helping suppliers, they benefited, logistics companies who were doing it, they benefited, trucking companies who used to rent trucks out to logistics companies, they benefited. All of these network, right? So basically, the way to look at the world can be like this. You see one thing benefiting, you should immediately start guessing what are the 10 things that will begin happening.
We'd love to get your We'd love to get your feedback on water startups, on how today's session was, and your opinion on Conquest and the demo days.
These founders are familiar to. They have been participating in Builders Tribes programs and they are part of a platform and all that. So it was great meeting them again, and then it was good to kind of get into the trenches with them and actually figure out what problems are going through there. I think Conquest has done a good job in bringing all of these guys together and giving them a platform to meet various people in the space who can actually solve these problems that they have. So I think that was quite nice. It was good to meet people that we met in the past.
Thank you so much. It was great to host you today.
My bloom switched, or is it right, or is it reversed?
It's right. It's right.
It's correct. Okay. It's reversed for me, but it's right. We never thought that pictures would be so valuable, but that picture is worth a lot. Yeah. So just
The agri-tech industry has been seeing exponential growth in the recent years. Massive amounts of investments are flowing in drones and farm management softwares. The government has also begun mainstreaming agri-tech in Indian agriculture through new policies like Digital Agriculture Mission, National E-Governance Plan in Agriculture, and others.
Addressing the agri-tech industry, we present our very first panel of the day, the Silicon Floor, exploring the agri-tech landscape in India. This discussion is sure to give you exclusive insights on how cutting-edge technologies are revolutionizing the agricultural supply chain and creating a more efficient, sustainable, and profitable ecosystem for all stakeholders involved.
Let me now introduce our speakers for the panel. Our first speaker, Sharad Loganathan, founded Ninja Cart in 2015 as a hyper-local grocery delivery platform. A three-time founder and problem solver by nature, Sharad pivoted the business towards a B2B supply chain platform. The reason being the realization
Have Sanjay Dasari with us today. Sanjay co-founded Waycool Food in 2015 as a social enterprise and agro-technology startup.
product folks will be moderating the session today. A product manager at heart, Suhas believes in the idea of fitting in yet standing out. An eloquent orator, Suhas talks about business intelligence, growth, analytics, and community building. Over to you, Suhas.
Awesome. Thanks so much, team. I think very, very eloquent introductions for all of us. But hopefully, lots of you all in the audience can take away something tactical. That's what we were brainstorming off stage. First up, Sharath and Sanjay, welcome to the panel. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks for welcoming us.
Thank you.
Inviting us.
Awesome. I think the moderator, the host for today's session, did give a brief background, a little bit intro into both of your journey. But over the next 35-40 minutes, the way we'll structure this is I have a couple of interesting questions for you to understand more about the agri market and the sector in India. Definitely with lots of anecdotes and learning more about your journeys. It wouldn't have been easy, I'm sure. Post which we will open up the floor for the next 10-15 minutes to the audience. We have tons of young entrepreneurs coming into this session, so we will try taking up some questions for them. Kicking this right off, Sharath, Sanjay, both of you all started around the same time. I'm guessing June of 2015 and July of 2015, so almost the same time. And another thing comment that I noticed was both of you all did have a and where did that idea of B2C to pivoting into B2B come through for you?
Okay, so basically that when we started Ninja Cart, we had already it was already a pivoted model, right? So we had started an educational company, and then we stopped it, and then we started a local social media app called Shout. It is like a local Quora, and in Shout you are able to kind of talk to people you need not be friends, you can connect with each other, right? And that translated to Ninja Cart, because in Shout we want to bring a commerce into play, right? So basically it's basically it was very it was a very simple thing that we did. We are like first in entrepreneurs, we just took a list of all local commerce things that we can get into, and we thought, okay, the next best thing would be grocery, which will have the frequency of ordering, if not food, right? And that's how it started. But as we went by at that time, I think the market was not mature enough to kind of pay for the delivery, right? And in the initial days, we are also kind of going behind growth, with kind of not really looking into the unit profits, when you want to prove a particular model in a market, where you tend to kind of take an intentions call to kind of look at your unit level metrics at a later stage, right? But then when we were traveling, that growth was happening, but we felt that the value that we solved a good problem. Something which can be picked up from the customers. And when we were kind of trying to identify other opportunities, the one of the biggest problems that was actually mentioned by every customer who was ordering from us when we were doing B2C was quality of vegetables, right? Vegetables. And then we went back and checked, okay, let me go along and see how they actually procure vegetables. And then that actually, the first day when I threw had gone to the market, we saw that, okay, this is something which we never knew, right? Like throughout the life, we never happened. We have been eating vegetables and fruits every day. But the experience to the mandi was really a very good. It really hit very hard on us, and we thought, okay, let the whole company focus on one thing, and let me try if I can create a business model in terms of trying to procure good quality vegetables for the shopkeepers from whom I place an order, right, for my B2C. And that's how the pivot happened. And we said, okay, fine, let me not focus on B2C itself, right? Any which way the customer is not ready to pay. Yes, it's one of the important vertical, right? It's a legacy business, and yes, it has grown big. We have been that series of problem solving till today has is something that I would say was a major reason of kind of pivoting, because we could see the gaps as and when we found.
Got it. We will go deeper into this over the next couple of minutes. We'd love to welcome Sanjay into the discussion as well. Sanjay, we'd love to hear those early days. I think, were you in the US before you just started this? Did you move back? And at least from your LinkedIn, I think you did do a degree there and then move back and start this, right? Was this right out of college? How did you come?
Right, yeah. I have significantly less experience than Sharat. I started Wakewood at 21, about 30 days after graduating from undergrad. So I went to Babson College. It's a small entrepreneurship-focused school in Boston. Nothing but entrepreneurship. They just teach you how to start businesses. And I was obsessed with the idea of entrepreneurship from a very young age. And so naturally went to Babson. And the idea is an interesting way that we came about it. And I'll take a step back before I talk about the B2C approach that we had. My view as to what I wanted to do as an entrepreneur focused and in the lower middle class. So what kind of a business can you build that has a massive bottom of the pyramid impact? That was the first criteria. The second criteria was looking at opportunities that could help bridge the gap between a developing and developed country. So those are the two sort of criteria that I had when I started looking at different businesses to start. And I settled on 4 industries. Those were healthcare, education, waste management, and finally food and agri. Settled on food and agri for a couple of different reasons. And the focus for food and agri was that one, it's personal passion. approached this industry looking at it from a restaurant perspective, because I wanted to sort of be involved in the space and be in the front end, working with end consumers and having a restaurant chain. But as I did more and more research, we designed the menu. I met a local market vendor to, had I started the restaurant chain, I'd be buying my fruits and vegetables from this vendor. I had all these meetings to learn more about what it would be. The floor directly, and a dog going to the bathroom right next to it. So there were pretty appalling hygiene levels that became However, the problem statement So instead, what we decided to do was focus on the front end. We never wanted to be in B2C. B2C for us was a means to an end. The way that Waku looks at the food supply chain is fundamentally different from the traditional models of your farm to fork and soil to sale and things like that. We don't work with farmers first. We work with consumers and retailers first. So we operate what is known as a demand-driven and pull-based supply chain. We forecast demand of consumers and retailers months in advance, and all that demand forecasting is translated into long-term cultivation forecasts for our farmers on the back end. So farmers don't plant something unless they know that there's a requirement for them to grow that, and Waco will buy that from them. And that's a much cleaner, much simpler model. And honestly, it makes a lot more sense because as an entrepreneur, and farmers are on working with farmers as well. So when we look at it from that angle, the Wakewood model looks at how do you maximize from you because the access to information, access to market demand, this is something that farmers don't necessarily have a lot of visibility. Wakewood's model is 0.99%. And that happens obviously not by accident, but because of I'm happy. Indian business built for India, keeping in mind Indian eccentricities.
So have a kind of data management. These 8 years we have been able to see there are similar seasonality. Just like a rain or a flood or a very big price. at the other end, I'm not losing money, and also that is a good quality product that a retailer wants, right? I think it does make sense, and that's how we have designed our uh, supply chain with a lot of what do you call dynamics built into it, right? Because just for fun, vegetables are perishables, price fluctuate, there is seasonality, weight you get at the destination, right? So definitely, it's when we look from outside, it's just vegetables, but then fresh. But I think we are able to see a lot of why so far it has been traditional, the supply chain, and yes, definitely. That's how our model works, and I think we are trying to build it in somewhat this way.
You know what it feels like? I should just sit on the sidelines and listen to y'all. And there's lots of ping pong that can go on, because the amount of insights y'all would have had building in this space for the last 8 years would be massive. I'll probably just prod on both of y'all. Have spoken a lot about farmers, right? We've just gotten started, but
right? So when I say I'm solving for the seasonality, I am solving for the problem for my stability of procurement. That's one side, right?
Yeah.
Second, solving for looking at solving first.
Sir, just one quick request. Can you help us break this down? How does it work? Like as a model, do you buy from farmers and then sell? How does the model? If you could just help us understand.
So it's say so the legacy business that we're talking about, where we are kind of delivering to the retailers, the general trade in the cities like Bangalore and Chennai. Basically, we give the intent. And the next day morning, kind of there is another push along with an updated price of what would be the it works, right? We kind of publish our prices, and then farmers are able to compare that prices compared to their traditional or say their alternatives that they have in hand, and then they choose to be with us. And once in the collection center, the same thing, right? So we have certain standards which have been already told, and we have the data that throughout the year, these are the farmers who the probability of them bringing the right amount of quality is something. Which from the micro distribution centers, it goes to the end retailers, right? So at one end, we are kind of aggregating the producers and then bringing it to the fulfillment center. The other end, I'm kind of trying to in an efficient way in which makes business
here, or for example, with both sides, farmer and retailer? Or can it be like the same farmer retailer buying from both Ninja Cart and Vehicle? Loyalty that comes in. Usually, I think among my friend circle, lots of them now stick to one of the brands, right? Over time. Initially, it used to be okay comparing both platforms. Does that also happen here in the B2B segment?
I would want to say.
Sanjay, do you want to come in here?
Sanjay's,
places that you all differ from, and then yes, please do take the next part.
Yeah, I mean, so way cool. About 30% of our revenue is fruits and vegetables. Another 40% comes from staples, and the balance comes from FMCG, dairy, and things like that. So, and even in, I'm sure that's oversimplifying quite a bit, right? Because every single product you deal with is going to have a different engaging model. If you're buying apples, or if you're buying onions, or if you're buying green chili, it's a fundamentally different pricing stack. You can't do the same pricing for each one. Like onions need to be stored, apples you probably need to buy the entire orchard in advance. Tomatoes you have to harvest every 45 to 60 days. So it's like the cycles are different for every single thing. That's why whenever I talk to investors or people who are just starting out in this industry, we have to reiterate that it's not just one industry. Every single product that you have is a business in itself, and it has to be treated with that kind of respect as well. The only place that these things come together, so only two places where these things come together, is when you have a farmer who is capable of doing multi-cropping and not monocropping, which is where the farmer basically growing multiple different crops on the same plot of land rather than focusing on one crop alone. And of course, on the when the retailer or the end consumer is buying multiple different products together. So other than that, when it comes to what seeds, what fertilizers you choose to buy, even down to which markets you might have to sell in, there are some markets on the supply side where they specialize in tomatoes, and other markets that specialize in green chilies. So if you take tomatoes to a green chili market, you're not going to get a good price. So it's things like that that are why I always say that you cannot oversimplify some industries. There are some industries, even in India, that if you take an X of Y scaling approach, you pick one number, that one number has to increase linearly every month. That's possible for some industries, but it's not possible for this space. Now, for Waycool, it took us a long time to convince investors that they should not look at revenue as a metric, look at tonnage as a metric, a number of tons per day, because I can control market prices. If I'm selling 100 kilograms of tomato at 10 rupees per kg today versus 150 kilograms of tomato at 5 space. Now, when it comes to Waycool's farmer engaging model, farmer engagement model is called Outgrow. And Outgrow is a farmer advisory platform. It works with farmers on a sort of planning and cultivation basis. In Hosur, exactly between Chennai and Bangalore, we have something called the Outgrow Agricultural Research Station. This is a model drone-based fertilizer spraying, border cropping, multi-cropping, crop rotation to make sure soil is being managed properly, etc. We've been doing this for the past 5 years. And what this has done is help us build a package of practices that we can give to farmers and say, listen, if you follow this package of practices, you don't need to buy X amount of inputs from outside. You can recycle the existing stuff you have on your farm to pump back into your own farm and reduce the input cost. So therefore, we hit the bottom income by 35% rather than focusing just on the revenue growth, because when you guys are all business students, right, if you have a negative EBITDA and like on average, farmers we work with have about 2 to 5 acres of farmland. So we work intentionally with very smallhold farmers because these are the ones that don't necessarily have many other options. So if you're a farmer who has, let's say, 2 acres of farmland, traditionally you might be growing tomatoes on all 2 acres. So then you have zero revenue for 45 days and suddenly a spike in revenue and in costs associated with harvesting when it comes time to harvest those tomatoes. Instead, very simplistically, what we can offer them is a staggered cultivation plan. So they plant a quarter acre every week so that their working capital is also more streamlined rather than like being popping up and down. Per acre, not the yield per acre, means that we help the farmers select different crops based on our price forecasts at time of harvest. So we make sure that if a farmer's traditionally be growing tomatoes, can they grow tomatoes and green chili and cabbage? Because on a blended basis, rupee value yield per acre will be higher than what they had seen. Farm interactions, we check the quality against our metrics that we've been publishing to the farmers. And then the same crate that we sort of accept material in from the farmer is the same crate that goes to the retailer on the front end. We don't transfer material in and out of crates multiple times because that's the way you get a lot of the physical product damage happening. We've also invested in a lot of physical automation in our warehouses. People, picking up products, looking at them, physically touching them and checking quality, etc. If you can do it in an automated fashion, it reduces the time, reduces the potential for damage. It's a far more, I guess for lack of a better term, an automotive approach to things. A lot of our team, operations side, under Karthik, are from like Ashok Leyland, Royal Enfield, TVS, McKinsey, and places like this where they're focusing on how to invest heavily in the physical automation, not just the digital automation. And that's one of the biggest things I've been telling agri entrepreneurs these days as well, that no matter how many product managers you throw at a problem to try to figure out how can you tweak the screen to make it a little bit better so you have more clicks and more time spent on the application, end of the day, somebody has to that we focus on a lot as well.
Fair enough. Sanjay, I'll probably just bring back that question on price. Say both of you all are in South India, I'll just maybe put that constraint and maybe broaden the question a little more. Exclusivity comes into play. Is it important, first of all? And if you think it's not, if both the players in the market, does price wars then become a thing for farmers? Because every rupee, I'm sure, because this is B2B, even a single rupee makes a huge
as we said, right, the first question answers it for all. There is enough people to buy from, right? There are, and there is enough demand, right? So we are not coming to a place where we are fighting for farmers, right? There's and in a country, it's a supply surplus status right now across food. Right, and that's why we're also kind of looking into how we can play an instrumental role in kind of exports. And
I think you lead the Ninja Global team.
So I have picked up and I kind of rightly focus right now on the Ninja Global business, right? And why not? I mean, China was able to do Alibaba because it was a manufacturing base, and India, I think, can have an Alibaba of fresh or food produce. We are a surplus country, right? So why not?
Just a quick question, sorry Sanjay. If you're able to figure out supply chain, especially when you're transporting outside India, are the prices and the margins that farmers get much better than what they get in India?
No. So basically the point is that, again, right, so see, this whole supply chain is right. So people want cash the moment the inventory moves hands, right? then there comes a guy, there's an investor. So the middlemen are nothing but investor, right? There are investors who are okay to kind of take the 45-day hit, right? And then it just moves on, right? So not necessarily it actually boils down that when it goes out of market, it's better prices. Definitely, the investors that's where it becomes like stock market, right? So there's a lot of arbitrage involved, right? And there's also a lot of problems in the port. There can be berthing delays, etc., etc. So it all boils down, right? So there's a lot of what do you call a lot of variability there in that supply chain for us to kind of conformly have a price in generally, and that's where investors' money come here, and because they invest on that, because they own that risk. So whenever the reward comes, it's what they reap, because the guy over here just wants the cash for the inventory that he's giving compared to the price that is in the market, right? So it doesn't really boils on the money is made by the guy who risks his money, right? Of can the supply chain be optimized? Some places, yes.
Sure.
But value added traders, value adding, say for example potato, right? Cold storage are value adding, and then the cold storage owners operate like traders, right? It's a value add. A farmer cannot hold the potato for like 8 months, right? So they are a value added trader that we need to have, right? And there are logistic players. They are value added guy, right? They move the things, right? So similarly, we kind of try to look at a supply chain as a value add, non-value add kind of guys and see where we can optimize. But again, coming back to the point, the market's so big that the price war we have not seen the days of price war. And definitely, if today, right, if you have to ask customers of having exclusivity, right? Definitely, me and Sanjay would love to have that exclusivity on any given day, right? I will not say, when a customer says, yes, I want to be exclusive, I'll be super happy, right? So, it's an ideal state to be in. But then, I think we will never reach that, especially in India, right? So, they have the freedom of choice, right? So, I think it's a fair competition, right? So, and it's B2B, right? So, suddenly they might feel, okay, might be Ninja Card prices are better. Let me try. Let me not put all the eggs in one basket.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Let me make the best from both the people and see, and that's business, right? So I think loyalty and exclusivity really is not the problem here. But then if you have been able to prove sustainable serviceability, right? When serviceability is not just quality of the product, right? The right price, the right product at the right time, right? And fulfillment, right? This is all put together. It comes as service, right? If you have been able to give a very solid service where customer feels there's consistency, right? Then it's fine. Because even today, right, I don't think no customer will give all his 100% of demand to us, because he needs to go back and check whether whether we are offering the right price. So we would love for him to get lazy and then make prices later, but then he always goes back and says that's how he's built his business, right? So he knows that today I'll go to market, I'll check the prices, and I'll have a check compared to what prices, and then he lays not, right? So that also puts us under pressure, and then we are ensuring that okay, whatever we do has some business sense to it. I think I was able to answer your query.
Got it. No, thanks so much for sharing that. Like Sanjay mentioned, I think this is a super. It looks like, okay, hey, there is a tomato grown somewhere coming to our houses, but it is such a complex business that, and we are trying our best to maybe, how much ever we can simplify in 45 minutes for, our young audience here to understand. So thanks for getting into that. Sanjay, this one, I'd love to start the next segment with you. I think moving into a little bit on tech and agri, right? Today, I think lots of advancements happening. Sharath, you did mention some parts of it, right? You did mention about supply chain. Sanjay, recently you all did acquire a company in the agri space called Work X, right? Which is in the AI and IoT enable farm management systems. Can you talk a little bit more about? You did mention, yes, there are different things you all have also been doing over the years, proprietary, third party, and with acquisitions now. How much of this entire problem statement have you been able to solve with tech? Where are some opportunities for young entrepreneurs to come in, and where is the focus for you? Maybe you could just talk about the next 6-12 months. What are some very interesting problem statements you've been trying to solve with tech?
Absolutely. You're going to need to focus on 3 ways to make money, which is material flow, information flow, and financial flow. So far, we've been talking about material flow, which is the physical movement of goods from farm to fork, and that's really where most companies start out. Financial flow is just the working capital angular things, farm loans, insurance, etc., which is a whole other space we can get into later. But on the information flow, this is will spend majority of our time in the past 5 years, and probably will spend majority of our time innovating in the next 5 years. We tried platforms to sort of work with, like off the shelf, to work on our physical supply chain and augment the farm to fork supply chain that we were doing. But at the end of the day, we realized we had to build it ourselves. There were many pieces that were doing parts of what the supply chain required, but these didn't necessarily talk to each other as cleanly as they should. They didn't necessarily have the guardrails and guidelines required to minimize shrinkage and pilferage, like Sharath was mentioning earlier. Things transport in open crates, right? So if you're transporting bananas in an open crate, how do you capture if somebody in transit the peel? How do you capture that information, because that's money being lost? Similarly, if you're transporting coriander or mint leaves, you can lose up to 25% of its weight from moisture and the evaporation, because it's water basically being transported. So you're literally having money evaporate into the air. And if you don't have a good IT system that can capture where this is going wrong, you're going to be basically lost, and you'll be bleeding money without understanding why or where, etc. So we set out to build it ourselves a few years ago, and it's all culminated in July of last year, where we took the entire tech team that we have, about 250 people in the tech team between Bangalore and Chennai, and we spun it off into an independent tech subsidiary called Sensa, CENSA. So 100% owned tech subsidiary of Waycool. And their mandate is to have more revenue from non-Waycool sources than Waycool sources by 2025's planned IPO. And they've already started. They basically are taking all the tech that Waycool has built for ourselves, has completely modularized it into a SaaS or services-based solution for companies in other countries as well. We signed a couple of companies in Dubai and the UAE region who use our tech for their physical operations. We have a company in Morocco that's basically signed up for us as well for fruits and vegetables distribution. So that's been our view as to how we should be building this, because the tech that we use clearly is, and of course I'm very biased when I say this, but it's a very strong technology that we built. To be able to get to a 0.99% food wastage in the Indian food ecosystem, operating at the scale at which we operate is extremely, extremely difficult. And it's a combination of both the physical and digital elements that help us achieve that. Now, the digital here is something that we can offer to people very, very easily, regardless of borders. Physical, of course, we work with people and help them do some similar automation that we've done as well. And that's where the GramWorks piece also comes into it, because the sensor tech stack that we have is across the farm management, which does your cultivation management, irrigation planning, and all of your sort of farm level management itself. Then it has your post-harvest management, supply chain, then distribution, then your Salesforce management. We have a platform for it's a DMS platform that salespeople can use to track we can use to track salespeople and give them beats on a day-to-day basis. And of course, the retailer application that the end consumer, the retailer, can use to place orders on us, which all of that sits on the exact same tech stack, and we can outsource modules of this or the entire thing to people depending on what the requirement might be. So when we acquired GramWorks, that was because we saw it fit perfectly onto this tech stack that we were building. It's an incredible platform that is basically IoT at the farm. It's a farm management tool. It gives you microclimatic weather conditions. And for example, we have a partnership with Moët Hennessy for their champagne and wine farms champagne and wine like grape orchards in Maharashtra, where they have our agro devices to help forecast the risk of certain pest attacks on their grape farms or grape orchards, which is something that we can do because of the tech stack that we have in the back end. So when it comes to our next 12 months, I think you asked about where this is going to go. All of Wakewool runs on Sensor today. So clearly this is Sensor as a technology product works because the company is using it at scale. So the focus for the Sensor team is to start acquiring more customers and sort of working with customers across the board, across farmers, distributors, truckers, retailers, whoever, and also growing more inorganically through acquiring smaller people who have solved parts of the tech problem quite well. For example, on the retail side, KYC is quite difficult process for your Kirana store owner. There are some people who are experimenting with a video KYC, which is probably easier to do a video KYC than have a salesperson go check the Aadhaar card, check the bank card, take a picture of the store, etc. Now, we don't have that technology just yet, but it doesn't make sense to buy it, build it, etc. So that's really where we think this team is going to go, and it's going to be offering these services not just to Wakewool, but to other companies across the board as well.
Very interesting to see that on your roadmap. Sharad, do you want to chime in? Anything very interesting? Any interesting problem statements that you're trying to tackle over the next 12 months? You did talk about maybe global expansion. You did talk about some interesting. But if I were to pick only one or two interesting problem statements that you think haven't been touched,
within the supply chain, I would say that our major focus trying to can I enable a trade digitally is what, right? At one side, there's always the fear of getting a bad stock. At the other side, there's always the fear of not getting your payment, right? So this is in every point, right? Farmer to trader, trader to another trader, trader to another supplier, supplier to wholesaler, wholesaler to retailer, right? So in every part of the supply chain, this is a problem. This is a major problem. So the kind of problems that we have picked up is to kind of bring surety or bring stability in this ecosystem by it's a mix and match of a lot of process. So physical tech, digital tech, fintech, right, put together, right, and our learnings of and information data behind it, right. So we're trying to make a solid trading platform. Okay, wherein we have traders who are being able to kind of, we have been able to objectively qualify the quality in the platform, and then people being able to buy it, realize it, and we've been able to also solve disputes in case there were disputes among trade. So can I make trading much easier? That's been the major focus, and then Ninja Global has this focus for, say, outside India, right? Can I make cross-border trade much more seamless, right? Today, at least in the domestic part, it just farmer to retailer is one linear chain, but then in terms of cross-border, there is a value chain even for a freight, right? It's not simply ships, right? So it starts from clearing agents to freight forwarders to say shipping lines, and shipping lines, they can run by themselves, they can rent the ships, it's multiple models, and in the ports, right, and the destination clearing places and the destination logistic guide, right? So it's almost it's for fun, right? The intermediary logistic pieces just adds on, and it makes the value chain much larger, and it makes more it's so challenging. And if I can bring some kind of stability and assured payments in the way people trade, we are building the tech stack kind of ensure that the trade can happen, wherein we will be able to solve the problem of information asymmetry within different markets, trying to solve for trust in this trust deficient ecosystem, right? That's been our focus, and I think that's where a lot of efforts and resources are going right now.
Awesome. No, thanks for sharing that, Sharad. Sanjay, Sharad, we are at the 45-minute mark. I'd love to open it up. I do see a couple of questions on our tab on the right. Sanjay, one interesting thing that I see, maybe I'll start with you and then next one to Sharad. You started right out of college, and I think someone asked that you've gone back to B school, I think HBS, in between your startup journey. First of all, why did you decide to go, and how have you been managing both the startup and B school?
Yes, it's not something I would recommend you do both at the same time. So having started at 21, Babson teaches you very well how to go 0 to 1, how to start companies, how to do I guess you could say the experimentation at the early stage. And I think it's very important for entrepreneurs to know when they've hit that personal ceiling, rather than sort of letting ego and hubris come in the way of letting professionals do what they do best. So for me, I felt that way, that I needed to get a little bit better at what I was doing, and like capture some more skills to add more value to the organization. Luckily, the team at that point was already long, so we be involved on strategy, fundraising, etc. But by being able to do it while doing a full-time MBA at the same time. Now, if you're doing an MBA, especially at a place like Harvard Business School, the about 30 to 40% of your time goes into recruitment, into post-school. I didn't have to do that because I was going to Vehicle anyway. So that time was used for Vehicle interactions. It worked out nicely, like early morning calls there, was an evening or afternoon call here. So there are ways to manage it. I would not recommend. So I think that when it comes to that versus managing work-life balance in a startup, it's not necessarily something that is that difficult. And I know it's a thing that a lot of other entrepreneurs on LinkedIn have been talking about, the grind and how you should be focusing. You should work 25 hours in a day and things like that. I'll be honest, I've had days where I've worked 20 hours, and I've had days where I've worked 2 hours. The beauty of being an entrepreneur is that you are able to sort of make your own timings to an extent. But the risk of being an entrepreneur when you do something like that is that you are the one accountable for the result of that as well. So if you work 2 hours a day for the entire quarter, then the quarter is not having great results, that's your fault. So it really comes to how do you manage that angle of things. Like I know that I cannot work for more than 2-3 hours, 2-3 days straight without having a break to either play basketball or watch some TV or do something that can help me relax and unwind, or cook or something like that. So the ability, the knowledge that I understand who I am as a person, I understand where my limits are, and I understand where I need to sort of take a step back if I have to. And there's no pride or ego or hubris involved in making that decision. I think that's really helped me quite a bit in making that.
No, thanks so much for sharing that. Sharad, do you have a work-life balance mantra for our kids in the audience?
As long as you enjoy what you do, right? So I think, these questions of work-life balance is...
Sharad, how many hours a day do you work?
It doesn't matter, right? So that
as long as you're enjoying it.
So there's a problem. I don't know if I'm putting it right or wrong, right? So don't add time to your life, add moments or value to those moments, right? So right, it really, and I would definitely side with Sanjay on this case, because and especially being students, right? What is your hunger, right? What is that drives you? What is the hunger, and when do you start looking out for work-life balance? What is work-life balance, right? How do you differentiate at this point of time? What is work? What is life? Because for me, I've not been able to differentiate yet, right? I mean, there's not been a day where I've not carried work back to home, right? Because I'm not able, because if that's an active part of your life, right? So because I'm so what do you call, I'm so not passionate. The challenge that we are looking at is the problem is so big that you feel, okay, at least I'm trying hard to crack at a very big problem, right? And that keeps me going, right? And then as long as you're happy, and then if you say, okay, fine, let me take a break, it's like building a block, right? So, okay, let me take some rest and come back and build it again, right? So that's the attitude that I think it's good to have. And you choose what kind of balance you need. There are definitely days where we take a break, on a weekend, I'll say we just go out, just chill and come back. But then I think the problem keeps you going. As long as you're having fun solving the problem, I think it's worth it.
Yeah, better. Awesome. No, thanks for sharing that. Jay, I hope that answered your question. I think this was one of the questions he had. I'll take it sequentially. I think Shashank asked, what is the impact of COVID on agri-tech sector? Have we moved past that? I think it was a tough phase for sure. Is the business back to usual? And especially, I think there were some innovations you might have done during this period. Has that continued in any of you? Whoever wants to go first, please.
So it was basically the country did not know what to do, right? And almost everything was stopped. So it's more than innovating at that point of time. It's like immediate. How do you respond to that shock, right? How do you that emergency management is what kicked in, right? How do we safeguard? How do I not go down the hole where now I cannot come back, right? So that's the thing that got into mode, right? Innovation, yes. In terms of people and working, definitely what has traveled is right now people are much more open to kind of have an active conversation over a video call, right? So that works. Before COVID, a meeting is a meeting, right? Now we don't get that feeling of kind of having that meeting, but right now I think we have been able to take it as a part of our life, where video conferencing is as good as meeting people in person, right? I think that flexibility is what I've carried in that 8 to 9 months of COVID time. I think it was more of emergency management, but yes, in case of how do we kind of ensure to make the supply chain much more variable, right? So it cannot be a step function. The more variable it is, we can always side up and down as per the fluctuations. So how can we build a lot of variability into our the equations of our cost is something that I think we have carried, and that has become a principle the way we work today, right? I think it's more of inward rather than trying to innovate outside. I think it is the DNA of survivability kicked in, and we have been much more cautious in kind of ensuring the spend is lesser and making the cost structure much more better, and doing things much more faster so that the potential leakages can be stopped. I think that's what we've learned, and I think that's a change pre and post COVID. But after, say, things have opened up, right? It's again fresh. When I talk about fresh, right, I'm not talking about food, but fresh. It's seasonality, right? So at that time, they did suffer losses, but then after then the seeds are sown. Those have come to market. We are eating. So I think it's back.
Okay. Things are back to pre-COVID levels.
There is no measure to it, right? So I think life is normal. I think COVID is a part of our life right now, and we have learned to live with it. And I think business are not in that state wherein they don't know what to do. Okay. They have found avenues, and I think they are back, and it's back is what I feel.
Got it. No. Thanks for that, Sharad. Sanjay, maybe the next question, I'd love for you to start this off. This one's from Aryan. At least at the collegiate level, he mentioned that he's not seeing a lot of startups in the agri-tech, even though largely, if you see India as a whole, more than 50% of our population is in agriculture. So it seems like a very obvious problem to solve. Such a large market, so many diverse problems to solve, where tech maybe has not touched yet. Do you see the similar front as you've done? You're probably 8 years into this journey. Has there been lots of innovation today coming into agri to when you compare to when you started? And do you see some specific challenges to this? Any suggestions to young entrepreneurs if they want to start in this space?
Yeah, I think it's definitely quite different now than it was before. I think Ninjakart and Waveco started in the first phase of agri-tech startups. Maybe 2 or 3, they call them agri-tech before us. And then we also came at from a very physical supply chain kind of perspective, right? So when you talk about broad of a lens as well. A couple of different reasons why agri-tech is quite difficult for people to start up in. The first is probably the simplest, is that it's not a very sexy business to be in. It's much more exciting for young entrepreneurs to talk about the next blockchain startup, or what can they do in something in the Web3 or AI space or something like that. And yes, there's potential there, but what Drew I won't speak for Rajaka, but drew way cool to this industry was the potential to make impact at scale, was potential to work with a large group of people who don't necessarily have access to innovation and things like that. So the industry itself was lacking so much that there was that even if you were to do a bare
hospitals, which was sitting idle, pristine, has been able to scale. So we do a lot of other things. We pick up the patient from home, we do their diagnostics, we do their radiology tests, we do their insurance processing, we carry our own advanced medical equipments, we do admission, discharge, everything. But for the infrastructure, we use somebody else's capacity, and that's the innovation in our business model. I think just I will use this moment to point out something which is very unique and also slightly disturbing to India. India has about 70,000 hospitals registered, at least legally, of which about 35,000 are fit for doing a minimum surgery. Right, and that number is decently large. The problem is 80-90% of all those hospitals are based out in the top 40 cities in India, 40-45 maybe. In those 45 cities in India, these hospitals are less than 20% utilized. But in the rest of the India, the remaining 500 odd districts in the country, the number of hospitals are very limited. And I think that creates the skew in healthcare. Because there is no infrastructure, the doctors don't want to go there. Because there's no doctors, there are no nurses, there is no support, and the folks in those regions have to travel far and wide, to these top 40, 50 towns, and I think that's the skew India has to solve. But in these top 40 cities, healthcare is actually the capacity is more than what is necessary. You pick up any modern hospital chain, they are not even 67. Another surprising thing I'll tell you, which many of you might not discount. Doctors today in our top metros and top 10, 15 cities struggle to find jobs. It is very easy to find a job as an engineer, but a MBBS, MS surgery, 5 years, surgeon or a medicine, pediatrician, physician, 35, 37 years of age in the top 7 to 10 cities struggles to find a job worth 1,20,000 a month. With somebody like a BITS Pilani engineer at 35 years of age is a cakewalk. And I think that's the kind of imbalance which exists in India, and I think there should be some momentum to solve it.
Thanks, Harsimranpreet. Thanks for sharing those numbers. And indeed, when one goes deep down and looks at the opportunity, the avenues are massive. And you're right. I see countries like New Zealand, countries like the US, where people find it hard to get a doctor's appointment for 3 months in the public healthcare system there. And here we are, sitting on doctors and the talent and yet not being able to maximize it. So certainly there's an opportunity there to be done. But I'm going to come back to you with some questions.
I'll tell you, Ritu, I'll tell you a very interesting thing since you pointed out. One of my best buddies is a professor at University of Illinois at Chicago. He had a knee like a tear in his knee. It's a very simple tear, a normal, very simple surgery which is being done, in every city in the country today. He goes to the best hospital in the university town of Chicago, goes for an appointment to repair his knee tear, a ligament or something. They give him an appointment after 2 months. He flies to India, gets the surgery done, goes back, pays less amount, and in 1 month he's fit and running again. But in US he had to be on a stretcher, or rather on a not a stretcher maybe, but like a walking stick or support for the next 2 months. That's the challenge of in Western countries. I think at some places we are blessed to be in India.
Yeah, absolutely. And so much export of talent also that can happen just like that. Okay, let me, before I come back to you, Harsimranpreet, I'm going to get on to Rizwan. Rizwan, wonderful to know that, you're doing so much work, not just on the health tech side, but also your own foundation, which is the Quetta Foundation, which is helping in the health tech space. So if you can take a few minutes to tell us more about the scope of work, both at CTS Tech as well as the Quetta Foundation.
Sure. Yeah, Ritu, thank you very much. Pleasure being on the panel today. Thank you very much to the BITS Pilani team for inviting us. The my journey with health tech actually started in 2005. This is we had just exited from a previous business which was in the sort of BPO business, and we were looking at sort of the next business idea. And almost per chance, we came across this space of healthcare technology. And in 2005,
I think what we have to take fact from learning is that technology is going to be a huge enabler, and that's how it should be used, especially in certain fields. Even in e-commerce, it has taken 15 years. I think 2009 I saw the first is the first time I ordered something online. It is 15 years. It is 23 that maybe 5-10% of retail is gone digital. It is still happening offline. And I think healthcare has to do that cycle. It's not going to happen in a year. And I think most entrepreneurs thought, including us, we've made those mistakes too. Right. So most entrepreneurs have to figure out that it's not going to be digital only companies, which will survive. And think about it. Post COVID, airlines in India is going crazy. The number of people sitting on airplanes. Hotel industry is going crazy. Offline retail has jumped multifold. Every today is opening up an offline outlet. And I think that's something we have to learn. We have to be omni-channel. You cannot ignore online. That is stupidity. But you cannot just say that's the only business we're going to build in. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs in healthcare, in edtech, including other industries, have made that mistake. And I think those 2 years of purple COVID have vanished like thin air. And I think that's why you see a lot of challenge. So I think if you have to ask me advice of how do you young entrepreneurs in healthcare to think about, I think I'll give them the advice, and hey, I'm nobody to give an advice. I'm still a very young entrepreneur. We are 4 years into a business which is still scaling. Somebody like Rizwan, I think, holds a lot more authority. But maybe with the risk of not sounding stupid, I'll just share. I think my biggest challenge is I get a lot of smart people reaching out to us with a PowerPoint presentation, with interviewing 15 people and doing some research these days on ChatGPT. If you tell them, have you gone on the street and spoken to a patient if you're offering a patient service, spoken to an insurance company if you're offering them a SaaS product, met a hospital and stayed inside on the reception if you're offering them, let's say, solving their queues or whatever. And the answer is they are sitting in their dorm rooms and just maybe writing a code. Maybe these days they don't have to write themselves, but not interacting with the real ecosystem. And I think that's the advice which I'll share with all young entrepreneurs. It doesn't matter what are you building, even if it is a gaming company, going out in the world, interacting with people, experiencing the reality will put you 20 years ahead of the guy who doesn't leave their dorm room. So I think that's the first advice. The second advice I will share with everyone who has raised capital is don't just throw capital in customer acquisition. A lot of startups do this mistake across not just healthcare, across e-commerce. Again, I'm not saying we are not part of it, but everyone does that mistake at some point where they keep doing customer acquisition, spending money, hoping that tomorrow this will become cheaper and customer will start paying more. 99% out of 100, that doesn't happen. Or 90% maybe out of 100, a very, very large number, it doesn't happen. If you cannot prove a business case at a very small stage, and that stage could be your neighborhood, use digital as a steroid to acquire customers once you have figured the model out. Don't do the otherwise. Don't market a bad product because the day you turn your switch off, it will go away. And I think so when you have to deploy capital, don't just go blindly on customer acquisition. Build other efficiencies. At Pristine, we have a team of 150 engineers. We have built 30 products inside the company to patient experience across like 22 touch points. And our customer facing product is still in beta. We still believe we have not cracked it after 4.5 years, after doing 200,000 surgeries. We have done like 200,000 patient surgeries, millions of patients at a very large ticket size, right? Our ticket size is very high. We still believe we have not been able to figure out how will a patient interact with a hospital, a doctor, a surgeon, a diagnostic across various platforms across 20, 30 days of his life. It is not 30 seconds, it is 30 days. And I think we are still struggling, and there's so many things broken, and we have still not cracked it yet. So
So tell
don't
me,
just.
are you e-clinics like OPD centers where the patient comes and figures out that they need a surgery, and then post that they would sort of finalize the doctor and the infrastructure where the surgery is going to happen?
Say that again. I didn't get the question. What's the question?
So I said, because you mentioned that you have lots of clinics where the
You have to
surgeon.
understand why we have clinics. During COVID, 80% of our patients were meeting the doctor online and then meeting the doctor maybe a day prior or 2 day prior. Now, today, post-COVID, 80% of our patients meet the doctor in the clinic because there is a physical examination necessary. It is unavoidable. AI will change. I was just speaking at a chat GPT and AI session. AI will change a lot of things globally, including healthcare. But what it will not change it will need a confirmation of a diagnosis by somebody examining a patient. And the reason for that is, even after best of doctors examining a patient, they still get it wrong because the human body is more complex than anything else. And I don't think US is ready, nor India is ready. That doctor examination is going to go. It's going to take some time. There will be million tools. We are also developing, doctor like an avatar doctor for an at-home online consult. But it will not replace the physical examination because you cannot do a procedure. So I think if we didn't have 200 clinics, we would have been toast. And some of 50% of those 200 clinics were built inside COVID when the world was sitting inside doors. And I think so that's my point, which I keep sharing. And if you talk to Rizwan, he'll be very open to share with you. I don't think Citrus Tech would have become a billion-dollar company or a unicorn status had they been operating in India. It's just not possible. We don't pay for SaaS. At Pristine, when we go to hospital and give them our SaaS, I can stand there for 10 hours. They will not pay me more than 2,000 rupees a month. And then they will get a local engineering team to tweak the same product, copy paste in 5 days. And I will not be able to innovate it because there'll be some shit happening. And many companies in India failed. But that doesn't mean there is not an opportunity, but we have to be patient and not use that as the only business. Right? And I'm sorry, Rizwan, you are way too senior to me, sir. Apologies if I offended you in any manner.
So Rizwan, just taking it further from what Harsimar Singh said, that that a lot of SaaS is actually being replaced at cheaper costs. My point is, do you think that there are too many Me Too sort of models getting developed out there, which is actually drowning the whole system? I mean, in that sense, because if somebody is just going to come and copy your technology and then build another sort of cheaper model on it, and then somebody else sort of does it. So it's actually, we're bleeding the system. We're not really creating value in the whole larger scheme of things. Now, how do you think US and European markets are different when it comes to these or tackling these situations? And in India, particularly now that you're doing a lot of philanthropic work, where do you see these gaps and how can we fix them?
So, I'll give you some facts which will make it interesting for you. One of the important pieces of software in healthcare is something called an electronic medical record. And EMR is basically the foundational software. It's like an ERP for a manufacturing company. So, if I were to ask you that in 2005, 2007, how many EMRs were there in the US market? Then the reality was that there were 500 EMRs in the US market. Because what it took was any physician who had interest in software ended up building a software for their clinic, and then eventually found 5 other friends in their vicinity to whom they were able to sell it. So you had hundreds of EMRs which had very small deployments, were basically being run through a mom and pop shops, right, in some ways. Then what started to happen from 2008 onwards, that regulations became tighter and more defined in terms of what software capabilities need to have. How you are going to look at security and privacy, how you're going to look at piece of software, sell it a few times, but then it's quite another task to be able to do it in a manner where you have to do compliance, you have to get certifications, you have to go through all of that. And the market today, which obviously took 15 years to evolve, right, from almost 5 to 700 electronic medical records, there are hardly 5 to 7 EMR, or maybe depending on how you count, there may be 15, 20 products in the market which are at scale. And what ended up happening was that these Me Too guys eventually lost out, and their business was taken over by the larger players, right? Which happens. So it's I think part of it is about the market's maturing over a period of time, and customers recognizing that just buying the lowest cost product may meet the near-term requirements, but it doesn't necessarily give you the scalability that you need. And that again is a matter of the buyer universe also becoming more mature over a period of time. So I think it's a natural evolution. Having said that, it doesn't take away from the core point that Hashambir made, that India is a cheap market, and whatever software you have, there is going to be extreme price sensitivity for the hospital and the doctor community when it comes to paying for software. So whoever succeeds, eventually, my gut feel would be that their way to monetize their application is going to be something beyond just pure software, right? So it may not only be the fact that I'm building software and then I'm getting money from the hospital, but it'll have to be some kind of a creative model where there is some connectivity with insurance companies, and insurance companies are able to give some incentive for faster, better claims adjudication coming out of a piece of software. It could be identifying interesting ways, obviously, while keeping data protection and privacy of patient information in mind. Still, a certain slice of data can get anonymized and be used for research purposes or from some extraction. So I think there will need to be some level of creativity that will come into the market where the more successful vendors will figure out ways to monetize. But the real sort of mom and pop type of business, which has mushroomed in India, I think it's only a matter of time before many of them will see that it is very difficult to sustain their business. And even to raise capital, get funding is going to become more challenging for the ones who don't have a differentiated value proposition. So that's how I would look at it. And we've seen that in multiple places around the world. And honestly, what's true about electronic medical records is probably true about most other class of softwares that exist in the healthcare market. Yeah. But it's also true what Hashambir said, that we could not have reached our revenue targets and all if we were targeting Indian customers. So almost a strategic decision in those days. Of course, India was very different in 2005, 2010, 2015. Even if we had tried to sell, we probably would not have got the kind of response from the market, but we were able to only do it because we were working with global customers.
Sure. So I'm going to pick up another topic, I think, which is very sensitive in the entire healthcare ecosystem, which is, the competition that is heating up for talent, or onboarding talent. So do you think that, and Harsimarveer, do you think it's difficult for you to find surgeons and, doctors and probably other health tech, talent, the people who are required in this ecosystem? And do you think we're sort of getting into a war-like situation where everybody's sort of trying to jump onto the same talent and, they get a raise every day and they jump their jobs every day? So how is that situation being addressed here in India?
So I think when you mean talent, there is very clear two kinds of talent. One is the clinical ability, right? The surgeons, the doctors, maybe the nurses, the staff. Then there is the talent of maybe potentially non-medics working in healthcare. The surprising thing is at Pristine, we are a team of now about 2,000 people, and there must be like 200 or mid to senior level, which includes our doctors as well. 200 odd sort of slightly senior level managers, from 33, 37, 38 probably. None of them actually comes from healthcare. None of them. And I'll tell you why. Traditionally, healthcare as an industry was only pharma. And pharma had certain smart people. And then there were hospitals. And hospitals never employed the kind of talent, let's say an FMCG or a HUL would, or an Accenture or a, I don't know, Flipkart or somebody, even Hero Group would, or a Maruti Suzuki would hire. Never. Most of the folks in health, in large hospitals, see, the jobs were either in large hospitals or the government setup. I'm talking about non-medicals. For government setups, hardly any salaries. For large hospitals, the numbers are very limited. I mean, in the entire city of Bangalore, that would be 10 hospitals who might have limited management positions. So in the country, that number would be very limited. And even in those numbers, they would not hire people from non-medical or non-medicals. So surprisingly, the talent of non-medicals who would want to come in with healthcare, honestly, is zero problem. You just need smart people with first principle thinking. And, I think it is a white space. Surprisingly, everybody wants to get into e-commerce and FMCG and, electric and maybe mobility these days. But healthcare for non-medicals is a white space. Even after 4 years we've been here, when we interview people, honestly, beyond the hospitals, there are 2 or 3 companies who are even hiring those people at a very large level, right? But all the young companies, they are looking for the talent, but people are not even there. They don't even want to come. It's like, hey, मुझे तो Bangalore में tech में जाना है और मुझे healthcare में नहीं आ रहा है. That's the non-medicals. So it's a white space. A lot of people should come in, and there is nobody at all. The second is the medicals. Another very, very interesting thing. I think, like I alluded earlier, there are more doctors in Bangalore, Bombay, Chennai, Hyderabad, Gurgaon, Delhi who are looking for jobs in the age group of 35, 40, who are looking for full-time jobs and don't want to be business people of finding patients themselves. They just want to be clinicians. And the sad problem is even their salaries are not that high. Like I said, my wife is a pediatrician herself, and she's a gold medalist. She's been at Safdarjung and AIIMS, but the kind of compensation which she can get in the market versus what I can get is like there's no match, right? So there are clinicians available for very, very high quality. Again, the organizations who are to hire them actually less quality physicians are. But there is a secondary problem here. Neither are MBBS, neither are MS, MD, all the postgraduate programs, neither are DNBs. They don't teach our medicos or clinicians on advanced medical procedures. So a doctor will come out from the best government college in India, might have attended 200 patients a day, but they would not have been exposed to the newest development in cataract, in hernia, in physician, or in pediatrics and stuff. So some of them struggle for upskilling, and I think there is a white space sitting there and somebody like us would love to tap into that as well. So that's an opportunity again. There are a lot of doctors, like engineers, who are qualified but not even employable, and I think that's a challenge which is coming in. The third problem is the concentration of these medicos is limited to, like I said earlier, in the top cities in India. I'm from a small town in Ludhiana. If a surgeon who studied in Ludhiana or a doctor who studied in Ludhiana went to, let's say, AIIMS in Delhi, doesn't want to go back to Ludhiana, right? Because he doesn't get the same opportunity or lifestyle for his family in Ludhiana, not necessarily for himself or herself. They don't want to go back to Ludhiana. They want to stay in metro, and then they struggle for jobs in metro. I'll tell you the most cold fact. If you are an AI engineer or a mechanical engineer or a software developer or a banker or a gamer or a design professional or a HR graduate or a strategy professional, finance controller, any job you pick, the salary which you'll get in the metros versus a small town is 1/6 in a smaller town, maybe 1/4. A doctor will get paid twice or thrice the salary in a small town outside Hyderabad or Bangalore or 200 kilometers from Bombay or 400 kilometers from Delhi, 4 times the salary than in Delhi, but they're still not willing to go. It's the most stupidest and the unique situation. You want to get a doctor, a very high quality doctor, 300 kilometers out of, and Ritu, I know you are in Gurgaon, in 300 kilometers or 200 kilometers in Rewari or Bewadi, or I'm not sure where Rizwan is, but let's say 100 kilometers from Panvel, or in Guntur in Hyderabad, or in Hosur in Bangalore, 100 kilometers from Bangalore, you will not be able to find a good doctor even if you pay them double the salary. The ones who do actually get double the salary, they stay there Monday to Friday like a consultant and they come back. That's a challenge which is going on.
Yeah, a unique challenge. Do we have such challenges outside India also, Rizwan?
So, I'll take the question more for India, but from a tech perspective, and this is an area that I understand well, given the fact that we have a center in IIT Bombay focused on digital health. What I tell students there is that if you look globally, the opportunities in technology generally are very positive. Okay. But if you look at healthcare in particular, the opportunities are even more amazing, especially if you happen to be a good engineer with computational skills. Then the number of opportunities that are emerging in India, outside of India, are actually quite interesting. Often what happens, and this is, and I'll probably emphasize this because I know this is a BITS Pilani event, so there are many engineers on the call here. See, historically, many students who are graduating from good universities get very attracted by problems that they can understand and they have seen personally. So it could be in financial services, it could be in e-commerce, it could be in entertainment, it could be in gaming, it could be whatever, right? Are things that students get to see and experience on campus. Healthcare is not like that. So unless somebody has unfortunately a personal family situation, usually a student graduating, especially an engineering student graduating, will probably have very little personal experience with healthcare. Okay. But what I would actively encourage those who are broadly interested in the field to spend a little bit of time understanding what the opportunities are. You could spend time on the internet, you could spend time talking to people, and what students will realize is that there is a huge gap in the kind of talent that India will need in the healthcare space, especially from a technology perspective, people who understand technology well and understand the business of healthcare. And healthcare is not as complicated as it seems when you're from the outside, because it's obviously there's no expectation that an engineer needs to do a kind of a cardiac procedure. It's about just understanding what the fundamental constructs are in doing work in digital health. And I often tell people that if you just look globally, what will be interesting is that digital health, if you want to be an entrepreneur, and this is Ritu, you mentioned it earlier as well. If you look at all sectors of venture capital investment globally, healthcare technology is actually the number one sector for venture capital funding. Obviously you have to do something smart and you have to do something creative. You can't be building another Me Too product, right? There is massive innovation happening. If you want to do research, you want to do other things, it's a very sort of white space, as Hashim put it. And I think it creates significant opportunities for young students, especially in a country like India, to be able to do some really cutting edge stuff. Digital health, clearly, it may be about timing, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, we can debate, but it's still a new space which is going to accelerate in India very rapidly and create some massive opportunities for personal growth, doing something which is going to be very value added to society, but along the way also having a great professional career and hopefully making a lot of money in the bargain as well.
Sure. So we've got a question on the board, who wants to take it up from Aman. It says, how can health tech startups ensure equitable distribution and accessibility of their solutions?
Is that question for me? I don't understand the question actually. Can you repeat the question again?
It says, how can health tech startups ensure the equitable distribution and accessibility of their solutions? So it means that, not just, let's say, concentrated in metros from an Indian standpoint.
I think, Hashim, we can probably take this question, but, my quick response to that is that we probably need digital health and probably is one of the only levers to provide access to quality care on a pan-India level. The example that Hashim was talking about was more about Delhi versus Ludhiana, which is again a very big and successful metro city in India. But a lot of India's population actually in rural and semi-rural areas where The problem is far more acute than even it would be in a Ludhiana type of location. And if India has to progress in healthcare and ensure that there is certain semblance of quality healthcare on a pan-India basis, then there is probably no alternative to having a very strong, telemedicine, remote patient monitoring, the availability to be able to do, sort of maybe second opinion services, which are more digital in nature. So getting technology right in healthcare, making the data more accessible for physicians and doctors across the country is going to be of paramount importance if we have to proceed. Yeah. But I would love to hear, Hashambir as well and get his thoughts. Yeah.
No, I think I think I echo every point which Rizwan talked about even in the previous answer, right? I think technology is going to be surprising part is, like Rizwan mentioned, understand healthcare and maybe legal as easily as they understand e-commerce and gaming. The innovation outside the core clinical part in healthcare, especially in India, has been very limited because smart people have just spent time elsewhere. So I think that needs to change. First of all, we have to find a way so that the smartest engineers out of BITS Pilani, out of NITs, IITs, in sitting in their projects are thinking, how can I get a little guy sitting in Assam or Odisha get a doctor consult for irritation in his, I don't know, face or stomach or body at the click of a button without getting lost in payment gateway and mobile signal. Like that little thing which is so solved in e-commerce, it is still not solved in in healthcare. So I think if the engineers have to start thinking from that. The second thing which I think will pave a lot of way, it is going to be the clinician training is going to supersede using technology massively. A clinician sitting out of Bombay can treat or can train clinicians sitting out of the small towns of Bihar, Punjab, Jammu, Kashmir via online video consult channels. And I think EdTech has grown massively, but EdTech in healthcare, especially doctors, nursing, and other paramedical staff, that can be a game changer. If we can train the paramedical staff in a small town in Guwahati, I think we can have more children born safely than others. So I think training of doctors using technology. In fact, one of the huge things in when globally, which is going to take off, is doctors in different parts of the country or even the world viewing a real surgery complex happening in a different part of the country and learning from it real time and simulating the use of tools. An engineer can sit at home and learn Python or chat GPT and stuff. Can a doctor sitting in Gujarat learn a complicated patient diagnosis or a treatment using a online or an offline simulator? That can change the game. There's a surgery called, everybody knows about it. There's a camera which kind of goes inside the body, right? Now there are not enough bodies to send camera inside, if you have to learn. So it is simulated. Can there be a center in the down streets of Kerala where there is a center of simulators and young medical students are just on those simulators and a doctor in AIIMS who's using a simulator there and teaching them how to do a laparoscopic surgery? That level of training, I think, will advance healthcare. The third thing which Rizwan also talked about was utilizing data and EMR to the next level. Even today, even my dad forgets his previous prescription, and that's a problem, right? How do we ensure that every prescription, anytime a patient meets a doctor, is digitally recorded and shared? The government, I think, with his national health mission is trying to do that, but I think it's not been as successful as UPI. And I think it will take a long way. So I think those are the top three things. Then there are allied areas. Insurance penetration in India outside Ayushman Bharat is 3%. That needs to go to 50% in the next 20 years. That itself is a massive opportunity, and it's not going to just happen through online models. It needs to happen through a variety of other ecosystems. So I think there's a lot of opportunities in doctor training, in consult, in EMRs, in insurance, in emergency handling. I think diagnostics is taking off. So there is a glory word sitting out there. It needs entrepreneur will and skill, and doggy patience to just go and achieve out there. It cannot be a better time to be a healthcare entrepreneur in India and the world. I'm sure about that.
Sure. So I think, no, we're running out of time, but last question we can take is that where Siddharth asked that I would love to know your thoughts on how tech can contribute to creating a more holistic healthcare system in India. That is one where doctors with different specializations collaborate with each other to produce diagnosis that consider the whole body as a system, treating the root cause instead of the symptoms. Wow.
I think I answered that question partly, but I think maybe Rizwan's exposure there is.
This kind of goes back to the first comment I made while I was introducing the foundation and its objectives. That if you look at a poor country like India and with the challenges that we have in healthcare, I could make a case that if we need to move the needle in a non-linear manner, the linear manner would be adding one doctor at a time and one hospital bed at a time. A non-linear is the kind of stuff that we have been talking about on the panel today, which is the ability to be able to provide, improve the effectiveness of a doctor, so that there are measurable outcomes and every doctor knows what they're doing. They can be trained on their gaps and so on and so forth. If you look at the access issue, which is the urban-rural divide, the availability of doctors, all the stuff that we spoke about, and if you just look at fundamentally optimizing cost, and there's a lot of cost which in India you would look at nominally and say, hey, the tablet is very cheap or whatever, but fraud, waste, and abuse is a huge problem in healthcare in India, right? And even there, the moment you are capturing information digitally, you can much better put controls. You can track, sort of usage per evidence-based guidelines. So whether it's cost, quality, or access, I think fundamentally, if you want to move the needle, then healthcare and healthcare technology is going to be, the tech in health tech is going to be the most important lever to be able to do that. Yeah.
Sure. So I think we're really out of time, but just I think on a lighter note, I would love to know that robotic surgeries are done by engineers or by doctors?
My co-founder's real brother just underwent a robotic hernia in the US, and he is a hernia doctor himself here. And I can tell you it is done by doctors for sure, but I think the benefits have not shown massive disruption there. But it is a start of something amazing, and it's going to be soon that we're going to have a doctor out of AIIMS or maybe Bangalore, Kim's Hospital, or a Manipal or a Columbia or somewhere, or a Breach Candy in Bombay, doing a surgery with a robot in a hospital in Trichy, using robotic surgery. But it'll take another 5 years. But we'll get there.
Sure. Thank you very much, Harsimar B. Thanks, Rizwan. I think, I was thinking, how are we going to take out an hour to have this chat between the three of us? But I think we could have easily gone on for another hour. So thank you so much for those wise thoughts and great inputs that you brought to the panel today. So I'm going to pass it back to the team at BITS Pilani. And probably if they have something to add to this, would love to hear from them.
Sure. And thank you very much, Ritu, for doing a fabulous job of moderating the session today. It was a fun.
It was a learning experience for me. Thanks, Rizwan. Somebody
Innovation, disruption, and the relentless pursuit of excellence is what makes an entrepreneur. Right from the sets of Shark Tank India, we are thrilled to have a shark with us today, Amit Jain, the CEO and co founder of Cardeco. Amit has carved his path through the ever evolving automobile industry. The driving force behind Cardeco's rise to prominence, his never ending will to innovate, has brought Cardeco to the forefront of the digital automobile marketplace. Presenting Thriving in the Tank, a driver's seat view of Indian entrepreneurship. Over to you, Amit.
Hi everyone. Am I audible? Avni?
Yes.
Perfect. So hi guys. Very glad and honored to be with all of you. I think it's like absolute pleasure, and especially I love talking to students because once I was a student and I had big dreams. And meeting all of you, even if I can inspire a few of you to become an entrepreneur and a big one, that will probably accomplish the purpose of my talk here. So I love seeing you while doing so, but I can't see you right now. Having said that, I know you're listening to me and tuned in. Abhi, all audio is audible and everything is fine, right? Before I start, just doing a quick check.
Yes, sir. Your audio is fine.
Perfect. So let's get started, guys. I think this is your era and time. You're just very lucky to be born in an era where India is scaling and it's blitz scaling rather. There are many factors that are influencing what makes India a very lucrative country. It's the third largest startup hub here right now. Given the fact that we are the most populous country, 140 crore people, there's a lot of economic growth still left out there. I think the big factors that probably you should think of on why it is the right time for you to think of something bigger is basically the prominence of India as an economy. I'll give you some stats to basically establish, why it's such a great time for you guys to pass out and think of starting up. It took almost 65 years after independence for India to get its first $1 trillion in economy, right? GDP जिसे कहते हैं. Second $1 trillion came in 13 years, third came in 7, and the fourth one is coming in 5, and the third one will come in another one will fifth one will come in another 4 years, 3 years, right? So practically, what is happening is the per capita is going up crazy, and consumption of the country is going up crazy. What that helps you is that the any business you enter, कोई भी sector ले लेना, it is gonna grow. Point is that Indian household, a common man को कितने पैसे चाहिए to live, right? $1,800 is the minimum required to kind of survive. And right now per capita is around $2,100, and it is going up to $3,000. तो जो $300 2100 minus 18 तो $300 का disposable income, and that's gonna look like 4x, almost $1,200, right? And that's a big factor that's gonna basically make all of your dreams and startup dreams come true, because every single sector will see growth. चाहे आप खाने की कंपनी बनाओ, चाहे आप ऑटोमोबाइल के अंदर काम करें, कुछ भी उठा लेना सेक्टर, it does not matter. India is gonna explode. And this is not just for next, say 4-5 years. I'm talking about decades. It's probably the century of India. And you're right place, right time, and right country, which is going to offer you the stage to build something large and blitz scale it. I think this probably is a macro that's going to give you that trust. But obviously, while that happens, there are many more factors that are going to influence on how far you will go in your dreams. I think it will first start with dreams itself. Are you dreaming big? I'll take my own example. When I started Cardeco, Girnar Software is a company named Girnar Soft. Me and my brother started in 2007. But when we started, we thought, let's pick up an ambitious goal. We did not know, what we'll do. Cardeco was not started back then. We started as a firm which would basically do outsourcing or software development for other companies. But we had a very large dream that we'll build a $1 billion company, and that's what we went and updated on our LinkedIn to have a very large dream. $1 billion की company बनाएंगे. पता नहीं था कैसे बनेगी, I'll be candid, but that thought led to so many startups we did eventually. क्योंकि nothing was, अगर वो $1 billion तक नहीं ले जा रहा था, तो फिर that hunger was not getting satisfied. तो 7 में जब हम लोगों ने decide किया We realized a year later that outsourcing say we would not be able to get there because it will require a large amount of people, and we were from Jaipur. तो वहाँ पर बहुत आसान नहीं था इतनी बड़ी आउटसोर्सिंग कंपनी बनाना, इतना टेक टैलेंट यहाँ अवेलेबल नहीं था. So we thought let's do something that we can do in अपने रूम में बैठ के कर सकते हैं and still can build a large company. So read about other US that time was thriving in startups. Realized कि internet is gonna come in a big way in the country, and digital distribution will take over everything else, right? And entering somewhere we can get traffic, attract traffic on would be a great idea. So in that era, in 7 8, we started building websites, and websites that we built were based out of our own experiences. Every single thing that I did along with my brother were based on fundamentally solving some problem that I personally faced. Car Deco was an outcome of going to Auto Expo, seeing a lot of great cars, and when I came back and I tried to search online, I couldn't find the detailing that I needed. So I thought, there's a white space, and this white space can be captured by us. So we took all the brochures from the expo and coded a site in 1 week, and that's how the Car Deco first version came live. I think you will also observe a lot of problems that you face while doing things. You always thinking this could have been better, that could have been better. Whenever such thoughts come to you, there's a white space that exists. And if you want to really solve it and you're passionate about solving it, उसमें जाओगे, I think that's where you will find some gold mine sitting out there. And most of the startups I know personally have been started with some passion to solve some problem. And founder could usually relate to the problem statement. यार ये चीज ठीक नहीं है, इसको थोड़ा better कर सकते हैं. And in our case, there has been no difference. And we have got many failed startups also. We started astrology site also. We did, a jewelry site also, selling jewelry online. We did uh, uh, a stock site. So whatever we were personally experiencing, we created between 8 to 13. A lot of startups, around 10 startups we did. Eight of them failed. Two of them, car deco, bike deco, which are very popular. And that's been my run. It's not been, a success run. It's been a lot of failures along with company has faced a lot of, downtime where we basically were broken down. But one thing that prevailed, helped us prevail and come this far was our persistence and that hope, that optimism, that enthusiasm and passion never went away. I would accredit, a lot of our journey to happiness. I always found happiness while building this out. Despite failures, I would always treat it as a learning opportunity. You could seek around. And as long as you're learning, I think that you're moving forward. क्योंकि पैसों के साथ आप वर्थ मेजर नहीं कर सकते कि आपकी खुशियां पैसों से आती हैं. अगर आप कुछ सीखते हो, I think that's lifelong, and that makes you a better person. I always talk about it's not the years of experience that matters. It's about experiences you take per year. हो सकता है आप 5 साल के एक्सपीरियंस में 15 साल का सीख लो और कोई 15 साल में 5 साल का भी नहीं सीखता. And I think that will differentiate. As young students right now, my total encouragement to all of you would be find those white spaces around you, the things that you experience around you, and start building solutions for them. हो सकता है ना चले, most of the startups fail, but in the process you will become a human being or a person that is unparalleled, and the learnings that you will take through that experience will be unparalleled. So my personal advice to you is, you have much lesser to lose, much lesser to risk. As you grow in your career, in your journey, you will have a family expanding, you will get married eventually, you'll have cars, you'll have homes, all will be on EMI. The risk-taking ability, is at peak right now, and will just keep on going down. So earlier you start up, I think better for you to gain that experience. And if you don't even want to start up or take plunge into that kind of a thing, at least aim for joining a very young startup where you can play a role in which you learn or get exposed to various kind of learning. I think that will probably play a big part on how you shape up. Spend the first 4 years of your career learning a lot, and post that, and once you've basically learned, have got enough skills, optimize on earning. First 4 year optimize learning. So choose a role. If you go into a very large company, let's say, you will be asked to play a particular kind of a role. And if you basically go into a very startupish kind of a company, you will probably end up playing all kind of role, because हर हर रोज कोई फायर होती है, हर रोज कुछ फटा हुआ होता है स्टार्टअप्स में. You will realize that you will probably end up learning a lot more in a role like that, and that's where experiences per year comes. अगर मैं अपने एग्जांपल लूं तो कार देखो, जब स्टार्ट हुई तो we had a bunch of freshers hired from local colleges in Jaipur. And these freshers are now our top management, and they expanded by their own skill. They all had talent. उनको exposure चाहिए था, and that exposure basically helped them expand and discover their true potential. And you won't believe in my founding team that we have. There's no IITian apart from me and Anurag, my brother, right? All the folks were freshers, and they basically scaled up to build the Cardeco group. And in the journey, it just kept on repeating. Cardeco के and I just relate to why it kept repeating. हमारा एक वो था गोल कि हम लोग जो बना रहे हैं ना, we'll go deep. तो आपका कस्टमर ही आपको बताता है आपको बनाना क्या फ्रैंकली. तो जैसे हम लोगों ने क्या किया, हम लोगों ने Cardeco बनाया, फिर हमने यूज्ड कार डीलर से काम चालू किया. तो यूज्ड कार डीलर से जब हम मिलते तो वो कह रहे हम हमें बताते कि ये फाइनेंस में बहुत प्रॉब्लम है सर, इंश्योरेंस में बहुत प्रॉब्लम है. जब इंश्योरेंस कटाने जाते हैं तो 7-10 दिन लग जाते हैं. एंड वी अंडरस्टूड द प्रॉब्लम. They submitted for insurance, and then evaluation happens, takes 3-4 days. That report goes to insurance company, they approve it, and finally insurance gets issued. We realized there is a white space here. If we can have an instant process, and we created a technology which dealer could use to self inspect the vehicle. और उस सेल्फ इंस्पेक्शन की याद एक चाहिए होता कार की वैल्यूएशन किस वैल्यू का इंश्योरेंस है. So we could do that instantly because we had a lot of classified data, a lot of cars, and that's what banged us on insurance paper. That solution was getting used by all dealers now, and we thought कि यार ये dealers का कितनी यूज कराना है, इसके आगे बढ़ते हैं. तो ये हमने बोला कि जितने भी लोग लोकल एरिया में लोग अपनी अर्निंग बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, let's open this solution to everybody who wants to insure a vehicle in his neighborhood. And that's where Insurance Deco का first agent program began. Now we have got almost 1 lakh agents working with us. We do almost 3,500 crore worth of premium now. ये छोटे से seeds कहाँ पहुँच जाते हैं, plants बन जाते हैं, फिर trees बन जाते हैं. I'm just giving you example of just going deeper. If you want to cut the cake, you have to not scratch the surface, but take the knife inside the cake and then cut it out. That's when you realize the true potential of your solution. And the deeper you are, I think the more moat you will have in the market. And that's what Cardeco Group has been doing. We went into insurance for that reason, for the associated field where consumer who's buying a car needs the insurance, needs the finance, and he needs to sell the car after 4 years. We have just been building everything around our consumer and just entering various domains, which are adjacencies, and we go deep in each one. There was a time in 2017 I thought मैं सब कुछ करूँगा, and I tried everything. Accessory भी करेंगे, टायर भी बेचेंगे, and we failed miserably, frankly, because आपको है ना एक डेप्थ चाहिए होती है किसी भी सॉल्यूशन में खड़े होने के लिए. And when you try too many things, management bandwidth goes very thin. तो अगर आपको कोई आइडिया आ रहा है जो बहुत बड़ा है, तो आप उसको छोटी जगह ट्राई करो और छोटी जगह प्लेबुक बना के फिर एक्सपैंड करो. विल बी माय की एडवाइस हियर. विच मीन्स कि हो सकता है आपका आइडिया बहुत बड़ा हो इंडिया के लिए और आपने सेल आप ला रहे हो 10 शहर में खोल लिया, तो एक शहर के डीप जाके वो प्लेबुक बना लोगे और फिर रेप्लिकेट करोगे तो इट विल बी फार मोर एफिशिएंट. विल हैव अ डिफाइनिंग मोट वर्सेस trying to capture the country in one go. The more niche you will pick, the more segmented approach you will take. I think that's where your success will lie. Starting in smaller towns will also help, which means that if you're starting up, like I started in Jaipur, I had a blessing in disguise. Because when we started up here, there was no competition. We had freshers coming out of college. 26, 27 colleges back then existed. We had a lot of access to talent pool. Though we had to work harder to train them because they were all raw. That was the only gap. But the abundance of talent in local colleges was plenty. Trying things, there was no pressure. I mean, there was no competition in terms of कि यार ये वो कर रहा है, ये वो कर रहा है, आप क्या कर रहे हो? कोई प्रेशर नहीं था उस टाइप का, पीयर प्रेशर नहीं था. यहाँ पर खर्चे बहुत कम थे. The salaries were much lower than metro towns. The rentals were much lower. तो जो आपका रनवे कहलाता है स्टार्टअप में कि आपके कितना रनवे बचा है, कितने टाइम का पैसा है, तो आप प्रैक्टिकली अगर छोटे शहरों में चालू करते हो, मे बी डबल से ट्रिपल का रनवे क्रिएट हो जाता है. और टिपिकली छोटे शहरों में आपका खुद का घर भी होता है तो रेंटल भी नहीं देना पड़ता. तो छोटे शहरों से स्टार्ट करने का एडवांटेज बहुत है. तो आप लोग अगर किसी छोटे शहर से आ रहे हो तो वहाँ पर प्लेबुक बनाना एक विल बी अ ग्रेट आइडिया. एंड देन रेजिंग फंड्स टू एक्सपैंड. One such company that started in our own office, and he's my brother-in-law only, was Deal Share, another unicorn. For 3.5 years, that company sat out of our Jaipur office and built their playbook within Jaipur town. And once they had, kind of scaled up the business within Jaipur, they raised money to scale it up outside in other towns. And that's how startups, unicorns get created. Don't try to create a unicorn, just try to create a good business which creates some value for your consumers, and you will have a long lasting moat. Keep on going deeper, keep on talking to your customers to find more areas where you can get better. The more small things that you do will become a long term defining moat. That's how I would look at it. I think building trust with your consumer will be the key part. If you are building something that is say 2x better, 3x better, maybe people won't realize the difference. But if you are basically building something 10x better in experience, then you'll have a point where consumer flips from what existing he uses to your solution. There's a lot of friction for somebody to move from what he does currently to a new one when you're innovating, right? But if you innovate it to a degree which is say 10x better than the existing solution, you will find a lot of critical mass moving towards you, and then followed by a large mass. So try to be 10x better in whatever you do. You can create anything you like, but make sure when you benchmark your product or your service or your offering or your experience, you should be able to claim that what I've built is 10x better than what exists. And if you have done that, then you're sitting on something really large, and you'll be able to capture a large market out there. Today, I thought I would want this talk to be a lot more engaging. So, would love to maybe take questions rather than giving one-way gyan. Let's hear from you now on what you want to ask. My main motive of coming here is to basically ask you to give entrepreneurship a shot. I think you all have it in you. It's just that you've not discovered it yet. So I'm now going to do a Q&A round rather than a big one-way session. Let's see the question. I'm reading the questions that are coming here. Tanush Srivastava has asked, Jaipur is not a city known for entrepreneurship. It's usually studied like Bangalore, Delhi, Mumbai, which are synonymous with startups. Why is that the case? And did you face any limitations from being in Jaipur? I think, as I was mentioning, it was actually a blessing in disguise. I found a very great team here, which we operated like a family. The culture of our company became more like a family culture, like very closely bonded when you come from tier two towns. The team is very humble. The attrition was hardly any. Bigger towns may obviously you have a lot of tech talent, and usually you need a lot of tech talent. But reality है कि जो tech talent बड़े शहरों में गया गया कहाँ से? छोटे शहरों से गया. कोटा, जयपुर, इतने सारे छोटे-छोटे शहरों में ये IIT पढ़े, बिट्स के लोग पढ़े, फिर वहाँ पहुंचे. उसके बाद वो बड़े शहरों में पहुंचे, right? So practically there's a lot of talent that can move back if you have a great idea, what I like. And it's like an ecosystem play, right? अगर 10-20 कंपनी बन जाती है एक जगह पे, उसके बाद एक मिनिमम इकोसिस्टम होता है, बंदे को डर नहीं लगता कि एक कंपनी में हूँ, दूसरे में हॉप कर सकता हूँ, तीसरे में हॉप कर सकता हूँ. I think if all of you basically take charge of your city where you are hailing from and build startups there, the ecosystem will evolve. जैसे जब मैंने चालू किया था कार देखो जयपुर में, यहाँ पर कोई बहुत ज्यादा लोग होते नहीं थे जो स्टार्टअप करते थे. टेक कंपनी भी नहीं होती थी. अगर आप आओगे तो यहाँ पर बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप चल रहे हैं जयपुर में, हंड्रेड्स ऑफ स्टार्टअप, 500-600 स्टार्टअप चल रहे हैं जयपुर शहर में, यानी इकोसिस्टम बन रहा है धीरे धीरे. I would not compare it to Bangalore, Delhi, or Mumbai, but just to give you a stat, 41% of funding that happened last year of the 22 billion actually came in smaller towns, not Delhi, Mumbai, Delhi NCR, Mumbai, and Bangalore. So there's a large chunk of capital now flowing on smaller towns also, and the ecosystem is getting built. I personally think it's important for India's story also because these towns won't be able to take the loan. You'll have to have smaller towns, coming up on main stage. I also saw on Shark Tank कि बहुत छोटे शहरों से एंटरप्रेन्योर आ रहे हैं, और उसका रीजन ये कि यार डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर रेडी हो गया है, यानी कि अमेजॉन, फ्लिपकार्ट पे डिजिटल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन मिल रही है, लॉजिस्टिक्स की कंपनी बन चुकी है, शिप रॉकेट, डिलीवरी, इतनी सारी. अगर आपके अच्छा प्रोडक्ट है तो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन अवेलेबल है, मार्केटिंग टूल्स अवेलेबल है, वेयर हाउसिंग अवेलेबल है, लॉजिस्टिक्स अवेलेबल है. तो इफ यू हैव अ ग्रेट आइडिया, ग्रेट प्रोडक्ट, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन रेडीमेड है. साइट बनाना 4 घंटे में बन जाती है शॉपिफाई, वूकॉमर्स में, राइट? तो प्रैक्टिकली डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वाइज इंडिया रेडी. तो ग्रिड स्केलिंग करना किसी भी चीज की मच इजियर देन इट यूज्ड टू बी इन ओल्डर टाइम्स. तब आप शुरू में आते 10 साल पहले जाओ तो आप अपना खुद का लॉजिस्टिक बना रहे होते थे, खुद की टेक्नोलॉजी, सीआरएम सब कुछ खुद बना देते हैं. It's no longer the case, and that's why you can see so many small entrepreneurs hiring people from smaller towns. और जरूरी नहीं कि उनके धंधे 100 करोड़ के बन जाएंगे. ग्रेट आउटकम ऑल्सो इज कि बंदा 1 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट बना रहा है महीने का. अगर जॉब जाता छोटे शहर से, मे बी 10-15 लाख कमा लेता साल का. He's making maybe 1 crore now a month, 50 lakh a month. I meet so many people from smaller towns doing this. I personally think it's a great outcome because obviously firstly for him who started this, and secondly for the ecosystem around him, right? So many people he is able to hire in his local town. And that's what moves the country forward. And these small towns become micro entrepreneurship hubs. Ayush Gupta has asked the question, in your opinion, what are the essentials for ensuring good consumer experience on your platform? I think कोई भी consumer experience है ना measure किया जा सकता है. We do it through a tool called NPS, and we ask them, how likely are you to use our service? 1 to 10 की स्केल में. अगर वो 9-10 दे रहा है, मतलब वो आपके promoter zone में आ गए, जहाँ पर वो 4 लोग को और बताएगा. अगर वो 1 to 5 दे रहा है, तो मतलब वो आपकी सर्विस की बुराई करेगा. और between 5 to 8 है, तो वो passive रहेगा. अच्छा लगेगा उसको प्रोडक्ट ठीक है, बट वो 4 लोग को जाके खुद बताएगा नहीं. Try to put firstly a measurement in place, because what you can measure you can improve. So try to get a 9-10 and then calculate your NPS score. ये इनको promoters कहते हैं, 9-10 को detractors say 1 to 5. And if you subtract promoter minus detractor, it's called the NPS score for you. So if you're having say a 80 plus NPS score, you're just doing insanely well, and you'll be able to scale up the service with a lot of trust from consumer. I think the most important factor, probably now coming to specifics in consumer experience, will be trustworthiness. How much can the consumer trust your product, quality, service, anything, right? And if he gains your trust, if you are able to gain his trust, that's when you can say the platform can thrive. Transparency बहुत जरूरी है. जैसे छोटी सी चीजें, मान लो आप कुछ कंपनी बना रहे हो जिसके अंदर हिसाब किताब कुछ होता है, मान लो कंज्यूमर पे करता है, कंज्यूमर का कुछ लेजर होते हैं, तो अगर आप उसको दिखा पाते हो, हिसाब क्लियर है, राइट, दैट्स ऑल. कंज्यूमर इज जस्ट लुकिंग फॉर बेयर बेसिक्स की, यार हिसाब क्लियर है अपना. बहुत सारी कंपनीज के अंदर वो हिसाब क्लियर नहीं होता है, उसका लेजर नहीं देख पाता है कंज्यूमर या कस्टमर या डीलर या मर्चेंट, राइट. वो भी बेसिक रखना और ट्रांसपेरेंसी रखना. ट्रांसपेरेंसी एंड ट्रस्ट गो अ लॉन्ग वे टू बिल्ड अ लॉन्ग टर्म कंपनी. If you're able to crack that in your solution, I think that's number one factor in my view. Second will be, the time to respond. How fast are you to respond to consumer grievances when consumer, falls into a trouble? How fast you are to respond to that? And as you keep on growing, is that, service level maintained, so that the same level of trust can be bestowed on the platform? I think that will go along. Lastly, I think how often do you talk to your consumer, understand their needs, which make the product and experience more deeper? आपने चालू नहीं किया होगा, बट कंज्यूमर भी इवॉल्व कर रहा है आपके प्रोडक्ट के साथ, राइट. नए फीचर्स चाहिए उसको, नए टाइप की चीजें चाहिए विच विल मेक, और जो एकदम बिल्कुल ब्रांड न्यू ज्वाइन किया है और जो एकदम मे बी से 2 साल से यूज कर रहा है, दोनों के नीड्स डिफरेंट हो सकते हैं. तो सेगमेंटिंग द कंज्यूमर on the cohort of age and incrementally opening features or unlocking features in your product will probably be a great idea to create a great consumer experience eventually. Let me take, you've implemented a number of, Ayush asks, you've implemented a number of safety programs and similar initiatives. How important is it to give back to society, and what do you think about the recent trend around sustainability and similar things? I personally think this probably is a key thing. As you keep on scaling up in your startup, you will realize finally you are having an impact, and the impact that you want to have at a scale, at my stage now at least, would be around, have I been able to give back to society in a format where I can feel proud of. जैसे हम लोग एजुकेशन पे बहुत फोकस कर रहे हैं, हम लोगों ने UN के गोल्स लिए, सस्टेनेबिलिटी गोल्स, 5 goals we have picked up. Education is one of them. Green city is one of them. The areas we really sustainable cities, how we can reduce our carbon footprint. अब ये सारी चीजें शुरू में, अब जब कॉलेज में हो तब इतनी इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है, एंड आई डोंट थिंक आप अगर नया स्टार्टअप कर रहे हो तो इतना सोचो, अपनी स्टार्टअप को एस्टैब्लिश करने के बारे में ज़्यादा सोचो, बट there's a huge amount of impact you can have. One thing that I can at least say, and I'll take it with a real example. हमारे ड्राइवर जी हैं, उनके दोनों बच्चे हैं, उनके बच्चों को अपन ने इंजीनियरिंग करवाई, और दोनों अब सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर हैं, दे आर वर्किंग एट सॉफ्टवेयर कंपनीज नाउ एंड हैविंग अ वेरी, एक तो हमारे साथ ही काम करता है उनका बेटा, बीटी कोर कंपनी में काम करता है. तो दैट एजुकेशन जस्ट अनलॉक्ड such a large thing for a family, imagine, because education is the only thing that labels everybody, right? मैं भी एक मिडिल क्लास बंदा था, आईआईटी गया, पढ़ाई करी, उसके यहाँ पहुंच गया. अगर एजुकेशन नहीं ली होती तो ना मेरा विजन खुलता, ना ड्रीम खुलता, ना मैं अपने आप को एक्सप्लोर कर पाता. तो आप जो एक चीज कर सकते हो, once you basically have some disposable cash, just teach somebody, just sponsor somebody to learn. एंड आप लकी हो, आप इस कॉन्क्वेस्ट में हो, बिट्स में, इतनी अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं, इतने सारे हैं जिनकी 12वीं पास नहीं, 90% ऑफ इंडिया हैज नॉट passed out of class 12. Imagine the gap. So that's not a level playing field. As responsible citizens, let's create a level playing field by getting that part of society here. और अपन लोग से 8-10% लोग होंगे इस साइड पे. If we can pull up, one guy, even one person pulls one guy from the other court, we'll have 20% over next 10-12 years. Then another, there's a compounding effect, and that moves the country forward. I personally believe education will play a big role. I personally also think women have to join the workforce. Only 20% of women in India are in the workforce, right? And population barabar hai, 50-50. So we need to have larger women participation in our mission. That's the way I would want to look upon how we can move the country forward. Let me read further questions. E-commerce still sees relatively little penetration in India. Can you tell us a little bit about how you've sought to overcome this problem? Do you see a future where offline point of sales get replaced entirely by online alternatives in an economy like India, which is scattered and nascent stages of digitalization? I think this has been asked by Karman. Look, I personally think I'll just take it with a quick example. आपको याद होगा पहले जब हम बड़े हो रहे थे तो हम लोग ट्रेन की टिकट लेते थे लाइन में लग के, और बहुत सारे लोग आप गए होंगे, मैं कई बार गया हूँ अपने कॉलेज टाइम में और उसके पहले भी, बहुत लंबी लाइन होती थी रेलवे स्टेशन में टिकट लेते थे. फिर IRCTC आया, ऑनलाइन टिकट मिलने लग गई. तो IRCTC का एक्सपीरियंस जो था, अगर वो उस जमाने में पूछा जाता तो साइट कभी हैंग करती थी, कभी नहीं चलती थी, बट it was significantly better than standing in the line. So and if I were to ask people, rate your standing in line experience and buying through IRCTC experience, तो वो बोलता 7-8 दूंगा IRCTC को. मैं फिर पूछता उससे, अच्छा standing in line experience, तो कहता 1. When you break this experience by that 5-7 points in scale of 10, that's when the penetration happens basically. And that's exactly where people start to see a very, very differentiated experience. Coming to your point, I think the penetration levels will be defined basis at what degree of disrupted the experience, and you will see a different level of penetration. There's a cohort that still likes to, doesn't trust, wants to hold things in hand and basically, then buy it and have a real physical touch with the product or the experience of shopping itself. If you can basically think of a way where that part basically gets solved significantly further, that's when you'll see a lot more adoption. I think India, given the market it is, it'll be a mix of both sides. Omni-channel approach will work better. With online, you'll be able to say 100-200 crore kind of a revenue on D2C side easily. And beyond that, I think we'll also look at getting into offline distribution a bit, which is more accessibility for consumer. But building online first, going offline is a common pattern being used by so many e-commerce companies. And I think that will exist for a while. Can you tell us a little about the Shark Tank experience? I think it was just a humbling experience. आपके 15 साल से मेहनत करते हो, बहुत कुछ सीखते हो, और वो एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है where your 15 years of knowledge, wisdom can be passed on to not the pitcher but through the pitcher to so many people watching the show. I was amazed to see इतने type के लोग आए, and these are not from IIT, IIM. In fact, 80-90% of startups that got funded were not from any tier 1 college or tier 2 college. They were coming out of smaller towns of the country. Almost more than half of them had women founders. Smaller town penetration. तो मेरे को लगा यार एक नया इंडिया देख रहा हूँ, मतलब इतना excited हुआ मतलब मैं उस शो में. When I meet these pictures from various backgrounds, it's like fulfilling, and you certainly tend to have a lot more enthusiasm and belief on the India story. The enthusiasm that you carry just doubled up. I personally think I just love the experience and the pictures. I also got to learn a lot from these pictures. आप अपने डोमेन में सीखते हो बहुत कुछ ऑटो में, और अभी मेरे को बहुत सारे स्पेसेस का बहुत कुछ सीखने का मौका मिला फ्रैंकली, especially on the D2C side. And I think it's been a humbling experience to be a shark. You get a lot of stardom from that. But bigger part that I probably enjoy is not that. It's a love that you get from the audience, and the very fact that you're able to now contribute back in a little more significant way and have an impact on this, new India that's being built. That's something that inspires me a lot. A lot of Siddharth, he asked, there's a lot of self-help material floating around these days that claims to teach people how to start up. As a serial entrepreneur, do you think your initial startup would have been more successful if you had consulted such materials, or is it right to say that one learns the most simply by yourself? I personally think you learn most by starting up yourself. All this gyan is all bullshit. आई थिंक आप जो खुद करोगे उससे जो सीखोगे उसका कोई रिप्लेसमेंट है ही नहीं। ज़्यादा ज़्यादा करना है तो अच्छे कुछ जो तुम्हारे को लगते हैं एंटरप्रेन्योर्स उनकी पॉडकास्ट देख लो। दैट इज़ मोर लर्निंग देन सो कॉल्ड क्लेम्ड एक्सपर्ट्स क्लेमिंग टू टीच यू हाउ टू स्टार्ट अप। अगर वो इतना बड़ा कर रहे थे तो खुद ही बना लेते ना। So watching maybe say podcast of some successful people will actually help you have a context and vision. But reality is that you will learn very different when you go on the ground. जब हाथ बंदे करोगे अपने जाके जमीन पे तो कुछ better सीखोगे मेरे लिए। So in all fairness, there's no book that will teach you how to start up. You will have to jump in the swimming सीखने के लिए पानी में कूदना पड़ेगा ना यार। उसके बिना कैसे सीखोगे? ज्ञान अपन लोग जैसे है ना लेक्चर लास्ट में पढ़ के पास हो जाते हैं ना उसमें सीख के थोड़ी नोट्स फोटोकॉपी करा है अपने दिए एग्जाम दे दिया सत्ती मार ली अट्ठी मार ली यू रियली आर टच स्क्रैचिंग द सर्फेस है पर जब अगर मान लो आपको टास्क दिया जाता है चलो इस पे रिसर्च करके बुक लिखो अलग लेवल की लर्निंग होती है The COVID-19 Brahmansh asks, the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted the automotive industry with many companies facing challenges such as supply chain disruption and changing consumer behavior. How has Karthik adapted to these changes and what lessons have you learned from this experience? I think COVID-19 to me taught a lot more than just business. Actually, it talked about how life can come to standstill, how important the time you spend with your own loved folks and family is. Because होता क्या आप एक भागा दौड़ी में लगे रहते हो वो टाइम ने सब कुछ रोक दिया था समय थम गया था and you're logged in with family, right? And I also saw many of people I know personally closely lose their closed ones in that phase. I personally think happiness lies with your own family. Spend time with them. And as you get into college, difference of opinion बढ़ता जाता है generation gap हमेशा रहेगा, but the amount of effort they have put in to bring you up to this stage where you can be in such a conference, I think have gratitude towards that. Make sure your family feels the love, affection. That's the one biggest thing I learned. And you never life is so unpredictable. COVID taught me that you can lose somebody you know so closely or personally. And just take out time for each one. It's material things are just not as important as happiness that comes from relationships. On business front, I think it taught a lot of companies resilience, right, and including ours. क्योंकि अचानक से revenue zero हो गया है, खर्चे बंधे हुए हैं, and that's when we all came together as a more stronger team in tough times, and we made sure that we put our strength. इतने सारे कॉल सेंटर के रिसोर्सेज थे हमारे सब लोग हम लोग लग गए टू फाइंड हॉस्पिटल्स ऑक्सीजन बहुत बुरा हाल था उस टाइम तो वी क्रिएटेड अ free of cost 24/7 helpline kind of a system here. We could contribute back to society and our people. A lot of other initiatives were taken around health, life benefits, etc. But what catapulted from that in business was the insurance vertical because suddenly people needed health and life insurance, and that we practically had zero penetration on back then. We were primarily doing motor. We were able to cross emerge into now health and life. Now almost 23% of our business is health and life, which used to be practically zero back then during COVID time. So we found new opportunities in with our own customers who asked for new solutions from us. We also saw a huge pent up demand got created in cars, and people saved a lot of money, did not spend a lot. So suddenly all luxury items became boom when they came back to work when pandemic got over. So cars were in demand, all luxury items were in demand, travel was in demand. Every single thing, suddenly saw a huge surge, and we obviously benefited. We grew 80% last year. Before that, during COVID time, we still did not degrow. We actually grew every year. So practically, COVID did not impact the business as much for us and we found new opportunities, new ways. And I think such black swan events actually help you come out stronger, in my view. Digital was suddenly hugely adopted. Digital payments, everything digital became a mainstream because COVID taught us how to order online things. At that point, grocery भी online मंगाने की, the people who had not shifted at least got a chance to experience. So I think this helped all industries, in my view, on adoption of digital payments also, and any e-commerce related or any segment that involved online intervention kind of it speeded it up. Many consumers in India still prefer offline sellers and resellers in automotive industry. How do you seek to expand your, especially outside tier one cities? I think car, bike, all are experienced products. So I personally believe they will probably remain, a little bit online offline mixed, search online, buy offline kind of a thing. We as a platform don't sell cars today, and cars you can book it, but you can't really say have a dealer experience of a showroom one. And I know in India at least majority of them are, it's a family buy जहाँ पर emotion होता है बहुत involved. लोग जाते हैं, family देखने जाती है अपनी पहली गाड़ी, color choose करना. I think that you can't replace completely online. We obviously try to assist through test drives, through better financial solutions, through better insurance solution, a better deal offering to the consumer. That's what we focus on. And we try to get all our verticals together: car dekho, insurance dekho, rupee is our financial arm, which is into arranging loans for consumers. And all these three verticals combined are trying to create unique value offering. Car dekho primarily is a research portal which is unbiased. So you obviously want to trust unbiased party. That's the people come to us. A lot of expert reviews, a lot of user reviews. So we are basically trying to say that let's make the online experience as seamlessly uh, in, integrated with the offline dealer experience with the technology we have provided to dealer. All dealer executives use our app, and that's where consumer kind of flows in the experience. तो एक्सपीरियंस बेटर करने में लगे हुए हैं. गाड़ी बनाने का काम नहीं है हमारा, बट इनको कस्टमर को राइट गाड़ी दिलवाने का काम है हमारा, राइट फाइनेंस दिलवाने का काम है हमारा, राइट वैल्यू पे मिले उसको डील, वो हमारा काम है. डीलर ऑल्सो प्लेज an important role. But when you'll move in future, I think गाड़ियों के short term rental, long term rental चालू हो जाएंगे. That's where we can play a big role of booking these kind of mobility solution. That's what company is reimagining itself into right now as I speak. Which basically will be the need for the new age easy जैसे कहते हैं. Think Hardik will have to look very different is what I believe. And that's what we are now right now focused on building. How we can use chat GPT, generative AI in making research experience even more powerful. How we can make the visual experience more powerful. So I think the chat GPT and generative AI will play a big role in evolution as we move from here in all our verticals, be it insurance, here. You require a car where you require an assistant through a very human-like approach. अब तो ये हो गया ना कि जैसे चैट जीपीटी बता देता बोलना क्या है, there's human voice that can be put on top of that, and the data that is being used is being getting plugged in through your own databases, right? And this model is working on your own custom. We are right now working on how we can use data, build generative AI on through ChatGPT and or similar BARD solution on top of my custom data point, and then have a bot or a voice combination of these two, and I think that will create a combination of these two, and I think that will create a very differentiated and scalable both. What inspired you to become entrepreneur? What with immense amount of risk involved? How do you go about overcoming your fear of failure? Ishan has asked this. I think what inspired me was probably कीड़ा था शुरू से. I'll be candid. मतलब 2000 मैं आईटी में था तब मेरे को लगता था कुछ करना चाहिए. जब मैं पास आउट हो रहा था तो फटती थी. मतलब इतना वो नहीं था कि मतलब कॉन्फिडेंस कम था, रिस्क लेने की एबिलिटी कम थी, क्योंकि तब हमारे को ये कहा जाता था कि स्टेबल जॉब इज द मेन गोल राइट इन लाइफ. तो जब आप 2004 में थे तो हम लोगों ने कंपनी का नाम भी सोच लिया था. और तभी इतनी हिम्मत नहीं होती कि प्लान सैलरी भी तक थी. 2006 में I lost my father, and it was very circumstantially I became an entrepreneur. And that's when I had to take care of my grandparents' mom. They were in Jaipur, so we shifted to Jaipur, me and my brother. And there were no jobs around, so we basically started the company back then. Actually, fear of failure हुआ कि यार मुझे हमेशा लगा कि जितना मेरे को चाहिए उससे ज़्यादा मिल गया है. I probably got more than what I deserve, and I never felt कि fear of failure. Fail करके भी I'm better than if I would have done a job is what I felt always. तो वो fear हुआ ही नहीं और आज भी नहीं होता. मतलब everything I do, I feel I've got lot more than what I deserve, and that learning hunger is much higher. Financially, I don't think it matters anymore. The fear of failure, so I think journey को जो enjoy कर रहा है ना बंदा, उसको failure का फेलियर का वो होगा ही नहीं. अगर आप फेलियर को लर्निंग की तरह देखोगे, मान लो आप फेल हो भी गए, तो वर्स्ट केस में एक जॉब कर लेना यार दोबारा. पर जो लर्निंग मिली है वो तो आपको ही मिली है ना. दैट नोबडी कैन रिप्लेस. दिस एक्सपीरियंस विल बी लाइक यूनिक. This can nobody in the world can take it away from you. You were born for it. You'll take it away with you. And most of the people who have not tried it don't even know what you're talking about and what that experience means. Take the plunge. Be confident. It really doesn't matter. I'm just doing the last question now, given that I'm out of time. In early days of your company, how did you look to drive consumer adoption onto your platform? How do you convince the initial group of customers to use your platform? ऑनलाइन डिजिटल करने का बहुत अच्छा फायदा क्या होता है, कमरे में बैठ के आप सारी चीजें कर सकते हो. फ्रैंकली यू कैन रीच योर कंज्यूमर्स इजीली. व्हाट वी डिड इनिशियली वाज हाउ डू वी करते थे उस जमाने में. तो हमने बोला कि यार एसईओ सीखते हैं, एसईओ कैसे होता है. वी लर्न द राइट ट्रिक्स एट द राइट टाइम. बैक देन एसईओ वाज नॉट मेन स्ट्रीम. 2006 की बात कर रहा हूँ. तो हम लोगों ने फिर जब गाड़ियों पे एसईओ चालू किया तो वी स्टार्टेड टॉपिंग. People started coming in when they experience a site. They started coming directly. Now 40% of people come directly. Like cardeko.com टाइप करते हैं या फिर सीधे हमारी ऐप खोलते हैं या ब्रांड सर्च करते हैं. राइट. तो अब बहुत बड़ा प्रेजेंस हमारा ट्रैफिक का जो तो आता था वो शिफ्ट हो गया क्योंकि कंज्यूमर को अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस मिला. तो फिर आप मान लो कि नई गाड़ी खरीदता तो जा कार देखो भी देख लो. तो practically then it started having that network effect. So we started through SEO, moved on to sticky consumers or word of mouth kind of a brand. That's how we do it. To convince your initial set of consumer, you have to be very deep or very close with them, like like this. आप उनसे बात करो, पहले 100-200 कस्टमर की तो फ़ोन नंबर तुम्हारे फ़ोन में होना, फर्स्ट हैंड पल्स है और कोई नए मार्केट जा रहे हो तो भी होना चाहिए। एज़ अ founder, you will learn a lot from your consumer. There's nobody who can teach you better than your own customer or consumer. Just make sure you have open channel to learn from them. Even at such a large company we have, I make sure I speak to at least 10 consumers and dealers every week. I make sure I read every single consumer feedback that comes on our platform. And that's what makes us, Car Deco Group as a DNA very consumer centric. Because talk to my front soldiers, that means the bottom layer, which is interacting with dealer or consumer. They have the biggest ideas, frankly, because उनसे daily dealer बात करते हैं. हम लोग एक ही रूम में बैठ के मैनेजमेंट कुछ डिस्कवर नहीं कर सकते जब तक ग्राउंड की लर्निंग लेने नहीं जाएंगे. एज फाउंडर्स आई थिंक यू शुड गो टू द होम, सी प्रोफाइल, कैसे कैसे घर में रहता है कस्टमर आपका, किस टाइप का कुर्सी है, किस टाइप का खाना है, कौन सा एसी यूज कर रहा है, कौन सा फ्रिज यूज कर रहा है, अगर कर रहा है. स्टार्ट मैपिंग योर कस्टमर little more deeper. You'll find so many segments. India is not one country. इंडिया बहुत डाइवर्स कंट्री है. यहाँ पर एक इंडिया में 10 इंडिया बनते हैं. एक बहुत महंगा आइटम खरीद सकता है एक जने के 10 रुपए नहीं, और इसके स्पेक्ट्रम में फाइनेंशियली बहुत सारे इंडिया बसते हैं. तो आपका सोल्यूशन किस कोहोर्ट को अटैक कर रहा है वो भी इम्पोर्टेंट है. I think I'll take a pause. Guys, it was lovely interacting with you because I just love when I meet the student. And Bits, I think, has done a big one because आप लोग क्या इतने सारे स्टार्टअप आते हैं. आपके नवगति करके आपका एक स्टार्टअप आया था, which I funded. I just love the energy all of you carry, all this fraternity carries, and the kind of initiatives Bits alumni has taken. It's just heartwarming to see the amount of innovation and startups that have come out of Bits. So all the best, guys. Love you all.
you.